Let me know when it comes on, guys. Yeah, that's Twitch, sadly. Fucking Twitch! Also, it cut the VOD as well. Fucking hell. Fuck you! Where are we? I know, where? I hope that when I move over to the Fiverr, there's no more, like, this nonsense here. It doesn't happen that often, but yeah, it's a bit of a pain in the ass. How much did you miss of my blah, chat? Where did we get to? Only a second or two, I think. Alright, okay. Yeah, again, I'll repeat it to what I was saying. Is that the... Let me just move this over here. The comrades in Pyro, Stanton, are at the jump gates only. Because literally in every jump gate, you have a refuel point of like no return, basically, that everyone can access, apart from criminals, apparently, which is very interesting. This is where like Capitals and Polaris and Idris and stuff will be really fucking cool. So you have, yeah, so you go through the gates, you have to be clean. You've then got to, you can go to the station, and the gate and the station, because it controls with the ATC and the guns and stuff, there's a comrade bubble. But the moment you depart from that station gate area, it goes dark in Pyro. There's no comrades in the center, all that jazz. So when people are freaking about that they're going to go to prison, just don't fucking sit at the jump gate and get caught. That's all you do, basically. Yeah, sorry about that, guys. Again, that's not my internet. It's Twitch that went down.
Kind of a thing, but I might be wrong with this, guys, but I'm pretty...
That's just
like, I remember them asking the question and it being like a really awkward answer. So maybe I'm imagining.
That just means we're super far out from Pyro because they haven't even figured it out.
Yeah.
No, because like you guys just don't have the right information.
Yeah,
maybe it's about face building.
Yeah. So let's
we
just
mentioned
look
that
at
a couple.
Let's look at the no. We'll start. Okay, listen. We'll move into that, but let's start with the number one thing we were going to talk about, right? Which is what got announced today, apparently, that I didn't know until you told me.
Oh,
it's got to do with the bird.
Oh yeah.
That I can't pronounce.
The saber peregrine. I think I pronounced that right?
Yeah.
Peregrine?
Apparently. Did you guys know? I don't know if anyone realized this, and I didn't find out this morning. And I hope that when you said that this came out in leaks, I'm hoping you're not talking about Victor's troll as shit fake Twitter account.
Dude,
I hope it wasn't him.
The man. Victor's, I love his trolls. It's so good.
Do you reckon the Starfire will see rebirth with Pyro? Probably not, no. Yeah, it's a race.
It's so harmless, too. It's like, what is he, like, who cares? He's not doing anything harmful.
Yeah.
Which is super weird that Aegis would do it,
so apparently they announced it's a race. Well, they didn't announce it, sorry, but it's been leaked that it's a racing ship. Yeah, but Victor, like, I can't even see if Victor says he was the one to leak it first. That means I'm starting to doubt if it's credible and it's actually a racing ship. Like, this is the problem, Victor, because you're trolling. You're also trolling us. But yeah, no, like if it's a
well, it might be a racer. It might not be. It
sucks that it's a racing ship, and I kind of find it to be disingenuous too, because it's like, most of these racing ships that they release are catered to racing, like aerodynamics and everything. And then they've just given the Saber Raven some like fins and called it a racing ship.
I'm not gonna lie, if it has 4 hard points, I'd be all about it.
Yeah.
If it has 4 hard points, I'd be all about it. And it had the same stats as the Firebird, I'd be all about it. I just think they could have made so much more money if it was a QED.
Yeah.
If it was a QED, I don't know, maybe I'm wrong because I'm a PvPer and I'm looking through that lens only. But if that was a QED ship, everybody and their mother, I feel like, would have bought one.
Yeah, it would have
Because
been
it
the
served a
perfect
purpose,
ship because one,
you know?
it's an interceptor, so it's got the high speed, so you can chase
Yeah.
people. Two, it's a single seat, which is a great thing. And then three, there's like very little interdiction options when it comes to ships. But most importantly, interdiction's so powerful with MM. Like interdiction is so strong. If you bring
Yeah.
interdiction to a group fight, like that's it. That group's like you've now got objectives, you've got defend it, and that one
Well,
interdiction
you also
ship's
have to
gonna
have your
trap
guys
them.
trained for that too.
Yeah.
Like, because if you don't train for that, like,
Yep.
you know.
Yeah. So it's
So-
like it would have been another viable like pick, and I get it. Like the racing guys need content, but I just don't think it should have been a recycled Saber Raven, and I don't think we shouldn't have got the obvious answer there, which is the interdictor. Man, it would have been nice because it's like if you go in the Antares, you have to commit a second player to just press the fucking quantum button, the quantum snare button. So like that
Yeah.
requires a 2-player commitment. You bring
I
a
actually like the
mantis.
Antares.
Yeah, I just don't like that it
Yeah.
takes 2 players to get it to use its.
I still think with the Antares, they should have done it this way. They should have left the turret for the Antares, which was the gunner would have been your damage, and the pilot was the QED and EMP. So that means it could be used without, but the pilot then wouldn't have any weapon systems apart from missiles, basically. So pilot would be missiles, EMP, QED, and you would have had the gunner doing your damage. I think that's how CIG should have done it, personally. But removing the turret just makes that the person in the back have really like nothing to do.
Function. Like that's my issue with it.
So I feel like, yeah, I think it's stupid. I do.
Yeah.
And I think hopefully the Zeus will be better and be more of. I think hopefully that when the Zeus comes out, maybe the Antares like has a purpose.
Mm-hmm.
I think in piracy too, like if you plan on doing a lot of boarding and whatnot, like that second person isn't just pressing buttons; they're like hopping out and they are like being that guy that like will board or something like that.
Yeah.
They're like an extra hand. But obviously, like in the previous,
Yeah, but again, like I said, Sketch, it's only at the Comrade Towers. So when you're in the center of Pyro, if you've already got a bounty on your system. So if I go into Pyro, right? I'm a blue player. I go into Pyro. I set up my base in the center of Pyro or wherever, and I never go to that Comrade to gank people on the gate. I never get a crime stat. I never go to prison, right? So if you are somebody who has a crime stat because you were ganking people on the Stanton gate in Pyro, or vice versa, right? Then a bounty hunter puts you in prison. That makes perfect sense to me, because they're purposely chasing you down. But I can't get a bounty on me if I kill people in a non-comrade zone, and that's all you have to do. Right now, you can do it in Stanton. I can shut down every fucking comrade at Crusader, apart from the ones that are on Seraph, for example, and murder everyone and never get a crime stat. So what's the difference in doing it in Pyro by just avoiding the distance of the comms? So if you get caught, if you have a crime stat, I kind of feel like you're doing Pyro incorrectly. And if you're somebody that wants to be a known criminal or a known pirate or whatever, I kind of feel like you should only be doing piracy in Stanton, inside a comrade, for example. Where you've got a crime stat, you've got a bounty on you. Because other than that, you're just a fucking... You know what I mean? It's the same thing in Eve. Like, you're just basically ganking... You're taking people's loot in 0-0. You're not actually a pirate. The people who have the -10, the big bounties on their heads, and they don't die in even line are the true pirates, in my opinion. Because they're the ones that have got all this risk on their head. They can't go in. They can go into every zone, But the moment that they jump into a 0-5, they start getting shot by fucking NPCs. And obviously you can get through it quite easily depending on what ship you're using, for example. You know, like a quick warper. Quick alignment, quick warp. You know. I don't know what Eve actually offers now for like making blockade runners and stuff, like super fast kind of alignment shit. But again, this is what determines the difference. Like, whenever I see people pirating and they don't have a crime stat, are you really pirating if nobody ever knows about it? Apart from the individual you've pirated. And that's the thing. When we look at outlaws and, you know, known pirates that sailed the seas in our time, or our planet's time, for example, the only reason you ever found out about them was somebody who survived and told the tale, right? Or when they went to a bar and they started talking about their spoils and stuff and whispers and all that shit, you know? A good pirate doesn't get caught. Well, that's the thing is, can you actually be classed as a pirate if nobody knows that you're a pirate? That's why I look at it. If you don't get caught and nobody knows that you did it and it's only somebody that says you did it, did you actually pirate them in the first place? Or is it just somebody saying whispers? That's where you need a reputation, not a crime stat. True. But you can't put bounties on people's heads unless they actually have a crime stat in Star Citizen, which sucks. In EVE Online, you can put a bounty on anyone, even if they're a friendly player. And that's the thing where I want to see CIG change how it actually works. You shouldn't have to be able to put a bounty on somebody's head for, like, for example, if somebody kills me, and I'm a blue player and somebody kills me, I should be able to put a bounty on their head for killing me. Right? But you can't just go, right, I'm a blue player, Bart's a blue player, we've had no interaction with each other, I'm going to put a bounty on Bart's head. You shouldn't be able to do that. That, I think, would be the best way for CIG to start making the game. And again, it doesn't give you like a marker and stuff. It just basically has a bounty board where people can be like, all right, cool. I'm going to go after this person because they actually have a big price in their head, you know? But Star Citizen doesn't offer a system like that, which sucks.
Flight model, like taking two people and putting them in one starship is like,
yeah, with so little
way better off with
responsibility.
two fighters.
Yeah, exactly. Like, how can you outweigh that with two Hornets? You know, like
I'd like them to at least kind of like tweak that ship a little bit because I think it could be great.
Yeah.
But there's just no point really.
And it would have been nice to have
two Mantises is better.
Like an interdiction like fighter, you know, like solo seat. I just think like there's room for that. It would make the game far better.
Crusaders coming out with a starter ship soon. I'm so hype. I'm not gonna lie.
I just worry that starter ship like doesn't mean good. Like is my concern.
I mean, maybe, I don't know.
Yeah,
hard to beat the Titan.
You brought up a good point, which is
very hard to beat the Avenger Titan as a starship.
I wonder how the Zeus is gonna play out. Like, does everyone bring a Zeus and then that just traps two groups into a fight at like with a huge range on their quantum interdiction? Like, is that?
Do we know?
Is every fight between two orcs gonna have a Zeus on each side? Like, that could be like really interesting.
That's very true. Yeah.
We got to figure out what the HP is though. Too.
Like a mini MSR,
you know what I mean?
Would be really fucking cool.
This is what other people are saying. Like, everybody's all about this Polaris, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And I think they did raise the HP on it, but like we don't know what it's gonna be like when it comes out. Like those missiles, those like big missiles, they could fly at like 2 miles per hour. You know what I mean? And be completely pointless.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
Unless you're like hunting like AI.
Yep.
So it could be a completely pointless ship. And it could be we just don't know.
It's not pointless when you shove a Polaris up a fucking 890's arse with torpedoes. Just wanted to point that one out. It's not meant to fucking hunt fighters. It's literally a capital killer. It hunts Idris, Polaris. I want to see you dodge fucking torps with them.
You know, the meta's changing. I haven't played.
press A,
I haven't
then.
played any of.
C1 is a mini C2.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
So I have
actually, that's
no
a good
idea
point. They
what the
could
meta
make
is.
it a mini
so
C1,
I've been so
and that would
busy,
be
like,
really, really
IRL,
good.
but,
You know.
I know the meta just changed again as far as like weapons. But we
I'm
just
really
don't
not a
know,
fan
you
of
know?
Crusader
So-
ships generally. They feel
I
didn't
very
know that
generic
the
and
Zeus
Star Wars
was.
ripoff.
I didn't know that
I
the
think
Zeus
that's
was
like
so.
I think that's like the intention
Oh,
of
sorry. I
things.
thought the
Sketch
Zeus
is
was,
that
like,
you're always
Connie
wanting
size.
it
I
where
guess I've just
somebody
been
likes it and somebody
I thought
doesn't
that
like
too
it.
originally, and then someone like posted a pic, like a side by side picture.
Oh wow.
Um,
Okay.
But yeah, it is kind of time. It's like Cuddy Black style, right?
But I just
So-
like I
so
really
we'll
like
see.
where Interdiction is at right now. Like I think it's the strongest it's ever been. It is a strategy that can get used, and it does have downsides. Like it's super vulnerable to missiles. People can take out your Interdiction, and then they've got total freedom to play their play style. Like it adds layers to the game, and I just think that. I was so certain
the
that
MSR is
Save a
literally the
Peregrine,
Millennium Falcon.
scared of butchering the pronunciation, but I
I
was
think
so
you said it right.
certain that it was going to be an addiction. I was like, no way they gut this thing and turn it into a racer. But there you go. I think that might be a little bit of CIG greed, to be honest, because the fact that they just
I wouldn't be.
The only Origin ship I enjoy is the 600i, just because it actually doesn't feel like an Origin ship when you look at it. Interior wise, obviously, it's meh, you know? The Saber Parry.
Gave
Be
it
surprised
fins.
if they. I wouldn't be surprised if they put out a QED version for what is it, Invictus, or what's the one in
Mhm.
November?
yeah.
IE.
I like the
Yeah.
400
Yeah, I wouldn't
just
be
because
surprised
it
if the
reminds me of
third
Squirrel
one
from
Yeah.
Ice
comes
Age.
out, you know?
Yeah, and
Yeah.
if that happens, that's fine.
I like the 400. The only thing that pisses me off in the 400, and I will always rant about this, is the fucking gravity ball that stops you from walking from inside the ship into the bike hangar. That is such a shit design. The gravity orb could have been in the fucking roof or something like that, spinning around. The fact that you have to go out your ship to get inside the fucking bike hangar, such a waste. You could have had it where your guys get in on their bike, the ship comes in, lowers down, you come out of it, drive out, and the ship takes off again without having to fucking stop. But no, CIG are like, let me get the fucking winch out and crane it down. It's such a shit design inside.
Fine. But if they don't do it, I think that was a lost opportunity, like for sure.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, but yeah, okay. So the PvP community is a bit disappointed with another racing ship coming out, but you know, at the same time,
Yeah.
when was the last racing ship? I don't know.
Well,
Dark
here's my
Wings,
question too.
Dark Spaceship.
Like, is the racing community even happy right now? Like with master modes,
They will
Do
never be
they-
happy
are
unless
they,
you
like,
give them
upset,
full
or they have
No,
flexibility.
I think
I'm
they hate
curious
it.
because I don't know.
I think
Yeah.
they hate it. Like if I recall,
Because it's like a hardcore community. They are like just like the PvP, like they're competitive. I've heard of like a lot about it, but I don't know anybody that does it.
I used to follow one.
I would actually like
I
public
forgot what his
transportation,
name
to be
was,
honest.
but I recall him like jumping on some tweets about not liking it, but I don't follow it at all. I think they do dislike it though, which is, to be honest, pretty
Yeah.
fair. Not a lot of
I
fans
get it.
of it.
Just like the
so-
low flyers. Like I'm pretty sure the low flyers hate it.
Yeah.
No,
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
really good. Shut
I
up,
can't
River
tell
Grit.
because there's that one guy blasting Twitter all the time that he's really happy about it, but I just don't follow that space. That's okay. All right. Well, let's
Shut
look
up,
at
Virgil.
the next thing we've
You
got
can say
lined up,
my
'cause
name.
I've got this all written down in a document. The next thing I guess we can look at is how is you and your circle liking the changes? Yeah. So and the meta of things. How are you guys taking that in?
Okay. I don't mind it per se. I would like some tweaks, and I feel like, you know, I think that
I like to have a choice of spawn at a
the
space
part that I
station. The
do
thing
like
is, though, we're
is
never
I like
meant to
that
have the
the
ability to spawn at a
fights
space
are a
station.
lot
Bart.
quicker.
That's the thing.
Um,
It was always meant to
I
be
like
one
that
of
when we
these
get in group fights, it
locations, and then the
can be
asteroid
ended pretty
base
fast.
is all
It's
that you
not
got.
a 3-hour thing.
There
where
was
it's like,
never ever a
"Ah,
hangar
work
that
in-
was sold
I got
for you
work
to
in
be
2
on a
hours."
space
Yeah.
station.
You know
we
what I
haven't
mean?
killed anything.
Yeah, it's like, yes.
Yeah.
So, I like that fact. I just think with like a few tweaks, it could be really, really good. I just don't think CIG knows how to do that.
Yeah.
To be honest with you.
Yep.
I do like the nav mode. I know some people hate nav mode. I do like it. I think it adds like another
I like
variable.
nav mode.
So it with some tweaks, that nav mode could be, beneficial. And variables are good. Variables and anything are good. What I don't like is I'm upset about the skill ceiling because
Yeah.
being a PvPer, like that's what separated like a PvPer from a non PvPer, like being able to like 1v5 people, and it was cool because like, and I'm not a video gamer, like I've only played like pretty much video games my whole entire life.
The thing is, once you get the new quantum stuff, like the blind warping ninja gem, oh, it's gonna be so good, dude. It'll be so good.
But like seeing people like train and practice and like for months just to be able, and then like they beat that one person that they've never been able to beat before, the feeling after that is like amazing, and you don't have that with master modes. I'm not gonna get technical with it because I'm not the technical guy. I'm not like like you got a bunch of technical dudes over there.
It's funny. I'm like not technical, but yeah, like they are. But yeah, keep going.
I'm not like I'm not that guy. Who's not Amogus? I know he is, but who's the other one? That was at SitCon.
Comet or Cobra? You mean that in the
Cobra?
tournament?
Yeah. Comet and Cobra. Yeah. Cobra like was on a podcast. I can't remember which one.
Oh, that's right.
Like, he was like saying some stuff, and I'm like, dude, it's like super technical. Like, and I see him in Discord. Like, he's saying very technical stuff, and I don't freaking understand that shit. And there's a lot of others that aren't like on podcasts or anything that talk like that, and I don't understand it at all. I just want to have fun.
I know
just
sideways
want,
because
to be able to grind.
That's the ego trip of PvPers, right? Thank you very much for the Prime. Bart, 17 months support. Appreciate that, dude. That's the ego shit of PvPers. But they don't realize that even in EVE Online, for example, like you 1v5 people is very rare. You have to go up against the worst players. And I've shown many times on the show where it was me and Diffs, we're both in F7As, and we're up against like 5 to 6 people in like Scorpius with Gunner. Fucking, they've got Hornets, and we killed all of them without any loss. I was majorly damaged, but we didn't have any loss. It is possible still to, like, I've also had there was one time previously that I was 1 versus 4 and I won against all 4 of them. Like, again, you will come across people that you can do that with, but you should not be able to 1 versus 5 every single person in this game. I'm sorry, you just shouldn't.
For something that's fun for me, just like Bob's grind for money to buy the 890. Like PvPers will grind to be able to get to a certain level to beat someone. Like, I think that's fun. Then
why don't you grind to be able to do it then, dude? As
far as to answer your question, I don't mind it.
What about the org? Like, are they?
I think. Well, I mean, dude, you could see this everywhere. Like, a lot of players have grinded so hard to get to a certain level,
did.
And then this came out, and they just lose interest. It's like I can't play it anymore. Like there's no competitiveness in it. And the reason that they're there is because they're competitive. So they've just lost all gas. For
me, it's like
that's some people.
It wouldn't be
other
pre-rolls,
people are trying to find the
ads just went off.
We got those guys.
There's no pre-rolls on the stream, dude. I got 59 minutes of no pre-rolls.
It is what it is.
For me, it's
you just got caught in the ads.
I think the issue is, okay, so you need the game to have different entry points, right? Meaning, like, it can't be like the last flight model where you can put in 2,000 hours and you're still nowhere near the top 50. Like, so yeah. I get that, but at the other time, like, and I think a lot of the slack that gets is that the ships that have the higher ceilings, which are not high enough for the record, but the ships that have the higher ceilings, like light fighters that are more agility based, like all the agility classes are always going to have the highest skill ceilings, right? But the problem
Yeah.
is the agility classes or the agility archetype of master modes is not the most competitive. The most competitive is the ships with the lowest skill ceiling, like the Hornet, right? So it's like, yeah, people
Yeah.
pick up the Hornet. It takes them 2 days to figure it out at a really high level.
Thanks for that, Bart.
And then they're beating
Appreciate
that, dude.
people that are playing the higher skill ceiling ships that aren't as strong that can't even compete. So
there
it's
was a
like,
comment you just made in PAX today that like stood out to me too, and
Sure.
and I think it could piss people
No,
off
they
too,
should,
but it's,
Bart.
like,
It gives
true.
me more money
Forget
than
what
a
it
sub.
was. It was something like oh yeah, but that's not competitive, right?
mhm.
They were
I
talking
want
about the
everyone
ships
to
and
watch
stuff.
the ads.
That's completely true, dude. Like honestly, like yes, I know like you can't do like crazy like shit in like an F8 or an F7, right? But
Yeah.
like if it wins fights, like that's competitive.
I just
Like,
wish
that's
there would be a
meta. I'm sorry
countdown.
to
What do
say
you
that,
mean a
but that's, like,
countdown?
where we're at. Like,
Yeah,
I
there's
know
the
it sucks, but,
reality.
like
Yeah.
It
reality
literally
is, like,
pops up
yo,
in chat, dude,
if we're
when
going
an
into a-
ad's about to come. Like before the bot actually tells you that we're running ads. Hey, Maximus, how you doing, dude? Like at the top of the screen where like the event and stuff, it should be like events are coming and stuff. You might not have it turned on.
fight, I'm not bringing all bucks. I'm bringing
Yeah.
because I want to be finesse. Like, no, I'm
Mhm.
bringing all hornets because, or maybe like a conglomerate
never
of different
seen that?
ships
Yep.
because I want to win. Like,
Yeah.
I'm sorry, but I'm not going to win with all bucks. Like, we've seen that play out a couple times with different orgs. Like, it just
Yep.
doesn't work.
Yep.
So
Yeah, and that's the problem, right? Is like we need to we
Just
need
look
to
at it's every 15 minutes for 3 minutes.
judge. You need to judge each flight model by its warts. You don't judge it by like how good it is if you and your friend are in
Nowhere else?
Discord and you
Ah,
agree to
really?
fight a certain way.
Interesting.
Or
then.
if you're going up against an org and you
I
decide
thought
that,
they
hey
added
guys,
it in
let's fight each other,
where it
but we're
was
going to
meant to
ban
show
hornets.
people.
Like, don't
That's
give
so
Maybe it's
dumb.
not active
don't give
yet.
Like, 'cause that's
feedback
not-
based
so-
off that, right? Like you got to give it off what it's going to look like when people are trying to rat this thing, and
Well, I'm gonna-
that's
I wanna-
why that's
yeah.
why I would give so much, and that's why, like, don't get me wrong, like I had probably
Well, look at it this way: it's like it's every 15 minutes, and this is not to anyone like BB or Bart, but just an FYI, guys. I for over a year have been running ads where it was 3 minutes every hour, and I've been missing out on $500+ a month for 12 months, and I'm just no longer at that stage where I just don't give a shit. You either get Twitch Turbo and never have ads on your channel or any channel for $12 a month, or you sub to the channel. I just don't give a shit anymore now. I'm not missing out on $500 for principles. Eat the ads, enjoy the free content, watch it on YouTube for free, and that's it.
more fun in the last flight model I did.
I don't give
It
a
was
shit
more
anymore.
arcadey. Was there a future with the last flight model? Hell no.
Because here's the thing, I make the $500 if the people don't come here anyway. You know what I mean? It's fucking bonkers how much money I've been like. Again, take $500 times it by 12. That's what I've lost.
But
You think
it
last
was-
flight model was more arcadey?
No, I'm just
Um,
making sure it's clear.
I think in principle only, like it was more competitive. It was harder to play. But my only point I'm trying to
Yeah,
say is when
I
I think it was more
understand that, Bar,
arcadey
yeah.
was that like you're not pushing for position. You're just it's you and there's a target in the middle of your screen and you're kind of trying to like wiggle.
The thing is,
and
I could
change
probably put a
direction in front of
timer
each
on the
other.
screen,
You're not using
like
head
down
tracking,
here,
you're
like
not
ad starts
flying,
and whatever.
You're not
But
like in a
the thing is, if
pursuit,
my
you're not wrapping
PC
around people,
desyncs
it
in
was
any
just
way,
like
it'll be
the,
off.
the most
know?
competitive players to verse, it just felt like the game was breaking against them. And I just don't think that it was trying
Yeah, Twitch
to
Turbo is so good.
capture this.
And this is the biggest thing. Twitch Turbo gives you no ads on any channel you visit. No pre-rolls, no raid ads, no normal ads. But you give all the money to that content creator. This is why I don't subscribe to like people like Detox and Salty Mike and other folk. I just literally, when they're live, I just lurk in their channel and let my account eat their ads, basically. Because they get... If you watch a streamer like I think it works out where if you watch a stream, say for me, I'm 6 days a week. If you watch me for 3 days a week at 3 hours each day, is nearly double what you give me as a sub per month in ad revenue. Just an FYI.
It's like close combat
It's
theatrical
fucking nuts.
experience like Stars like the
Yeah.
current model is trying to. But with that being said, like the new
If
flight
I
model
had
is
500
arcadey,
viewers,
it's way more
I would
arcadey,
be
it's way more dumbed
making
down.
so much
The
money.
ceiling's way lower for sure. I just think
I mean,
that
it feels like trash. I feel like I'm gliding.
Yeah, it's
on
12
butter,
bucks
Yeah,
now,
like,
yeah, it's
flying.
gross.
It's just weird.
for
Yeah.
sure.
That's
for
the only
sure.
thing I don't like. And like I remember like when lasers were kind of like meta in what the PTU.
I think
before
there's a
Master Race
limit
came
on how
out,
many
and,
times
like,
you can do that,
I
Marcus,
just
but
felt like
technically,
I was
yeah.
like just like
Pre-rolls
just
don't
kinda,
pay
like, shooting
anything.
and, like,
For
aim
example,
racing, like,
I
we're
have
just there, we can't
pre-rolls
go anywhere,
disabled
we're
for
just shooting each
53
other. I don't know,
minutes. So people never see pre-rolls on my channel. They only get hit by the true ads. And pre-rolls pay fucking nothing. The big ads is what gives me a huge amount of money. Does turbo still count if we're sub? No. No, if you're sub, turbo doesn't work. That's why, again, I'm not sub to anyone. The only person I'm sub to is Cyborg and my son. Everyone else, I get gifted a sub and stuff like that, but I just sit and lurk in people's channels with turbo if I don't have a gifted sub on me.
That's because I'm a bad pilot, but like
No, you get
that's just what-
stuck
I'm
in
like,
you
this
get
is so
stuck in
dumb.
the
It doesn't
mud.
stack,
Yeah,
no.
you get stuck in the mud. Yeah.
yeah,
Yep.
it's like I
If
can't
you are
watch where
subscribed
he's
to a
going,
channel,
and then,
you
like,
void any ad
because he's
revenue.
positioning this way, I'm like gonna
Yep.
position another way.
But if
Like,
you've
I
only got
I
Twitch
just
Turbo
couldn't do that, you know?
and not a gifted
Yeah.
sub, you give full
But
ad
the problem
revenue
is like
when
if
you don't see the
a good
ads.
example is if you went to the last flight model and you went and looked at the PAX ran dual tournament,
Same with
which
Prime.
ran so well, by the way. You guys did awesome with that. I
Thank
think.
you. We appreciate.
I could actually, Marcus. I have been very tempted to do that. To force people to go Twitch Turbo. Because again, as much as I love people subscribing to the channel, I love when people watch the ads more. Because it is a huge amount of money more than what people are subscribed to.
Appreciate
But
that, yeah.
the dual tournament, like if you go look at the top 5, all those duels look like super dorky.
But obviously,
like,
I'm not going to do
yeah,
that.
yeah, they're good players, but I'm just
I'm
saying,
not going
like,
to force ads
if you were to
on
go like, hey,
subscribers.
you know, and grab like a
That
real
would
life
be
friend, be like,
really
come look
money
at this, and then they're
grabby
watching it,
kind
they're
of-
just going like, what
kind
am
of
I
way, you
watching?
know?
You know, it's just like a ship that's moving a little to the left and a little to the right, and it's just shooting at each other.
Yeah.
You're not like getting up close, using head tracking, trying to wrestle for position. Like that wasn't happening at a competitive level. And I guess that's where I'm
Yeah.
going at it, right? Is like it's important to judge the flight model by the way people are going to play it the most competitively. And the problem is,
Yeah,
it's
that's
like,
that is what people fucking hate the most. And
yep,
and I agree because like, yep, this was like the wiggle, like in like the last
yeah,
patch or whatever.
Yep.
Right. Like, okay, like wiggling's out there. Like, are you just not gonna like everybody else is wiggling? If you don't wiggle, you're gonna die. You know what I mean? So like, yeah, I get it. It's in the game. It sucks, but like, that's kind of competitive. You know what I
Yep.
mean? I know it's not honorable. Like,
Yeah,
you're not like
yep.
a knight in shining armor doing it, but like, if like everybody else is gonna do it, so like, if you want to win fights, you know.
yeah,
I don't know. So I get that. I could care less. And going back to what you're saying is, I think you're trying to allude at like just being like hyper kitey maybe, and like
yeah, just stuff like that.
just
Yep.
like in the previous flight model, and like, you know, if that was like the like winning you fights.
Again, the
I-
biggest thing that I've said ever since we got all these changes, I really wish that CIG had just taken 322, added the SEM to nav toggle mode, and left the flight as it was. I just wanted to see what it's like. Because I actually think if you had done that, and you had capped off the SEM speeds to say 500 or whatever, 450, 500, it would have been really fucking good. I think that's all that CIG had to do, but for some reason, they like to change like a million things at once, you know? How many times have they tried to fix the wiggle and failed? A lot, yeah. See, for me, I don't think you should have to do a fucking special wiggle move to survive in PvP. I would like it where you just like if somebody gets behind you, that's where you lose. I'm more of somebody that prefers dogfighting in like DCS World style, where you have to do the dance. Instead of just shooting at each other, you're dancing, you're going around, you're like dragging people into the movement that you're wanting to, and at the last second you go "Brr," and they're fucking dead. That's how I like dogfighting. But CIG have it where it's like this weird face tanking, back strafing, doing some weird shit, and it just doesn't work. Like, the more guns and more tank you give on a ship, and if they are quite agile, the more it just that becomes the meta, basically. And I would prefer it to be more about actually dogfighting, which is not shooting at each other. It's the dance before the kill.
What are you trying to? Are you just trying to be like a good
And
stand-up
I just
citizen
don't
by
think
not
CIG are
doing
ever going to
that?
work.
Like,
Oh,
yeah.
I can't.
But
I
that's
can't
that.
be like
Whatever,
that,
man. You know.
because then people will think I'm this way, so I'm not gonna fly like that. You know what I mean? No, if that's like winning you fights, like it's competitive. You know?
Yeah,
So
you got to, and you
I
have
don't-
to
I don't know.
judge.
It is
You have
what
to
it is.
judge the model by what it looks like at the top, because what it looks like at the top is what everyone's going to be playing it if you give them time. And that's the thing. Like,
Yeah.
at least when you're looking at master modes, people are up close. People are actually using head tracking and stuff like this. But it's got way more to grow. Like, it has to get deeper than this.
Yeah.
Flight has to be
Well,
more a part
hopefully.
of it. Stuff like that. Yeah.
Yeah,
I
I got
hear-
really like they said, like I think before they said they'd make like tunings like with 4.0 with Pyro,
Mhm.
and then they're like, no, like it's actually gonna be after that. And now I'm just like,
They just keep
I'm just-
pushing it back. Man. Yep.
yeah.
Yeah, like there's even some weapon decisions in 324 that are just like, oh, like what are you thinking? Like,
Yeah.
this is
Yeah.
not gonna make things better. And
The big
the
like
reality is, I don't think
one of the
guys that
biggest
are tuning
issues
the
with
balancing
flight
dials
and combat is
are even
CIG do not just balance flight first and then do the weapons afterwards, which would make more sense. They balance everything or try to balance everything at once, and it just doesn't do that. Work out your flight, then make adjustment to the weapons. And until you've got the flight sorted, make it where all weapons only have 500-meter range. Simple as that. Make it where every ship just has the same weapon until you've balanced flight, and that's it. No cannons, no shotguns, just a fucking repeater. And every ship has that repeater on the turret and everything, and you just make it all the way up to size 1 to 5, and that's it. You get rid of everything else. One missile as well in every size. And you get rid of all the rest. Then you work out how to do flying, and then you start balancing weapons around that flight. But CIG just fucking
thinking about
screwballs when it
PvP.
comes to this
There's
shit.
a lot of it like doesn't make sense in an essence. Like,
Probably.
you know, some of their tuning choices they're making are rewarding bad behavior flight, like in regards to good behavior.
Because that's
flight
what
and
they
stuff like
do.
that. So
Like, CIG
I don't
can't
know, the
fly
people
for
will complain
shit.
loud enough. Eventually, it'll get changed, like it always inevitably does. But yeah, like I hope it improves. But I got to say this, like I want to be very clear about it. It needs to get better for sure. It needs to get way better. But man, it's so enjoyable that like I can watch a stream and I'm watching this org fight another org, and I'm like, oh, someone's gonna win this. You know, like because in the past, like you said, two orgs run into each other and
Fight never
nothing
ends.
happens.
Yeah,
It's
that's the
stuck.
biggest
Yeah,
thing
like,
with the
do
toggle.
people forget how fucking miserable that was, man? Like it was horrid. And I like to give the guy credit, but Fragner, like, you know, like he would troll me in 1v1s all the time. I couldn't kill him, you know, and I would consider myself a way better pilot, but it didn't matter if I was a better pilot because he knew what buttons to press to just troll. And so, like, if
Good.
PvP
I mean, but
isn't
that's
possible
a
in a
game
state,
loop.
yeah, if that's where the game design is, then that's it, you know. And the
Yeah.
problem is now at least that doesn't exist. Now we're at the point where it makes sense. It's just got to get way better. You know, they got to work on the points that make it really boring. They got to, you know, buff flight and, you know, make the skill ceiling way higher than it is, because right now it's in a Hornet, you aim at the pip, you click 3 times, they're dead. It's
just
got to
hate the
get
Hornets
deeper than
so
that.
OP.
Yeah, me too.
Like I just hate it. Like bring some other ships in.
Yep.
Like give us some choices. I hate that, man.
But the thing is,
I
they'll
despise
just
it
power
too.
creep.
And they're
though.
going the wrong way about it too. Like a big emphasis I've been trying to make in my feedback is like their answer is always the same, River. It's like, okay, that ship's too strong because it does 3 times the damage of a light fighter. Let's slow it down. Oh, it's still too strong. Slow it down. Slow it down. And it's like, no wonder people are complaining, because all the cool ships that they thought was super rare and like really badass are just fucking flying Constellation Alphas now. Like an F8
Dude, it
flies
sucks.
worse than like a Vanguard. You know, it's like crazy. And-
I hate the Hurricane. It's so trash right now. Too.
yeah, yeah. Apparently
What
it
the
got
heck?
buffed, but yeah.
Also, I gotta take a leak.
Yeah,
So
go
you're
for
gonna have to lead this podcast for a
Yeah,
second.
go for it. Go for it.
I'll be back.
Anyone have any questions in chat before we move on? Remember those 15-minute fights with Ram where neither side died? 15 minutes, mate. Try 3 hours. Fight's finished, but the fight itself is competitive. Do you know what's so funny is Royale, and he just I don't even. The
Blackhawks? I've never heard of Blackhawks.
I think we got an alt account in the stream trolling, but that's okay. Anyway, so where are we going next? We've got flight model down. All right, orgs.
Yeah.
Orgs. We wanted to talk about this. Now, you had the big question.
Yes.
Which you wanted to
this
kick off.
This is huge, and nobody's talking about this, and you guys are all stupid for not thinking about this.
Go for
To
it.
be honest with you. Because and I get it. Like, you know, you may be that guy that like is not uber competitive and just wants to log on with friends and PvP. I
Mhm.
get that. You know what I mean? You're in it for like your own, you know. Oh, also, before I get to that, as
Org
far as
tier
like the
list.
yeah
Keep going.
before I we were talking about like, you know, packs and stuff like that and like all the other orgs and like just how they think of master modes, right?
Mm-hmm.
And this goes into what I think is important now. And the question is, right, what is a PvP org, right? Because before a PvP org, right, there was probably what 6 or 7 major PvP orgs.
It's funny.
ABS.
Before you guys, there was like 3. Like
I'm talking
I would
like
say,
short term, like the last 2 years.
yeah. There's probably they're close to 7. Yeah.
I would say like you had like let's name them. You got what AVS,
Yep.
Shadow Moses,
Yep.
Ram,
Mhm.
LR,
Mm-hmm.
Black Fleet,
Mhm.
and that was pretty much like the major ones, right? Am I missing anybody?
Did you include LR?
No, I'm not talking about like I think there's like some French ones out there and stuff that I don't know about, like 2 Linear and like some other. But I'm not.
No, that like let's round this up. Like
My
so
orbit.
that participate in like the PU, right? Of the last 2 years. Well, okay, there's a couple more. There's what is it? Thunderleaks guys, Blight Veil. I'd say
no,
they're in there.
they're not. They're but no, like they
You mean
weren't
like
created yet. Yeah.
Okay. You mean for the
Like,
last 2 years?
I'm talking like previous flight model. Your fucking aces were all getting sucked up. Anybody with talent and anybody who is good was all going to 6 orgs, right? Like
yeah. Okay then.
let's
Yeah.
say PAX
sure.
is probably the newest ones, right?
Yep.
Where like we had guys that were
podcast?
legitimately good, and we had like a lot.
42
This
is
is
probably
the shit.
yeah,
It's like
sure.
PvP orgs are fucking cringe because all they are is egotistic chest beating, and nobody actually gives a shit apart from other PvP orgs. You know what I mean? I would rather the discussions be about PvP, like what we can do to bring more people into it. But they're all like, "Oh yeah, we're the top PvP org. Yeah, we're fucking we're number 1 ranked in fucking an alpha developing video game." It's just like, Jesus fucking Christ. It's like Logan Paul trying to fucking box.
Like
Sure.
like good aces. Like so there was not many people out there. Like there was not many orgs.
It's
out
just
there,
fucking
right? And these-
cringe.
This is
It
the
really
question that
is.
like, and I don't know about you. Hey, you want to join? Like, let's go. Like, you know what I mean?
This is going on.
You had prospect. You
right.
had to like show interest. You had
Let's do this.
see to like just get some reps, and then I'm going into PU and trying to wreak some havoc.
His that you're referring to that have left the game seriously care about org versus org content, or do you think they were more
I don't
on
think
the
so.
selfish approach?
No, I don't think so.
Yeah. That's it.
Like I mean, there's a ton out there. Like, you know, I mean, just look at like Schwang. Like nobody's seen him in a while. He's the nicest guy in the world, but like all those guys.
He's actually doing something fucking sensible, like avoiding all this cringe. You know what I mean? Like, it's just healthy to go and do other things.
who are like we're leaders in the community. I mean, I might be wrong. Maybe he's playing, but like I haven't really heard anything from him or like you know, a couple other guys, you know.
Yep.
And I get it. Like I get why they're not there, you know? It's like what is there to do, you know?
But maybe they weren't the consumer base. Like maybe they weren't the target audience for this.
My whole thing is like now it's like, yo, you have to like if you want to be that PvP org, right? Like cuz back in the day in the previous flight model, PvP orgs were scary and they were good as hell. So you could be cocky. You could like have ego, right? So now like what makes you different than everybody else? And it has to be like how active you are and how aggressive you are. And
I've said that for many times, Pox. I think they should bring the servers down. Like, you know what I mean? Like, run a patch for like 3 months and then shut the servers down for 3 months till the next patch or something. The biggest issue is everyone plays Star Citizen like it's a released game, and it's weird that they do that. Like, sweating out an arena commander to fight other people who are sweating out, and when you look at the total numbers, it's like under 500 players. It's like, geez, man, there's other games you could go and sweat out and do that kind of shit for, you know? Because again, nobody fucking cares. You know what I mean? Like, nobody cares about Shadow Moses. Nobody cares about Pax Mortis. The only time that anyone would care about these orgs are well past 1.0 when there's actually something to do. Nobody cares about QQOP or Detox's org or Mythologist's org or anything like that. Nobody gives two fucks, you know?
and like it has to be like you have to be the guys that figure out the group play.
Like, it just means nothing.
The composition, everything like that. Because honestly, like old group play tactics in the previous flight model don't work for master modes. It's like completely different.
Yeah.
Like you can't just zerg one freaking target anymore. Like you can't just be like have like one shot caller. Like it's a little bit more complex. And I like that. And I don't think anybody's truly mastered it yet, which I'm excited to see how that happens maybe like a year from now, like where the group play is.
And it will change like every patch. Like every like right now the Hornets just got nerfed in 324. Does that mean we're all going to be shifting into Bucks now? Like it's going to keep changing shape.
No, because the Hornet's barely nerfed.
And it's going to be how dynamic, you know, a group can be, you know, and that's
exactly,
like,
Warlock.
that's a big thing too.
It's a weird thing where,
you know,
like, talking about PvP is one thing, but then start to fucking chess beat each other about who's the top PvP org in a video game that doesn't even make any sense and nobody really gives a shit about PvP is a weird thing to talk about. Like, it's fine to have like the org versus org sort of banter, but to be like, who's the top PvP org? There's 6 of us. It's a bit, it's like, fuck me, like, you know, go and get laid or something like that. It's really fucking cringe.
And that's
it's got to be like as a group. You have to think as a group, not personal. Like, oh, I'm this good, like, and I'm just here because I'm good, and I would just want to be with other good people.
You gotta look at it like this, right? When Yogi and the guys develop MM, they're not giving it to an exclusive testing group, which is just the PvPers. Like we're second in this. You know, we're probably not even second. We're like third. Like
yeah, exactly. It's like arguing who's the best at eating lead paint chips on a short bus. It really is. It's like, again, I pointed this out with Avengers 1 take where he's like, why doesn't CIG listen to me? And it's like, the top 1% of players in Star Citizen is 60,000 players. The top PvP orgs all combined together who play Arena Commander is less than 1,000 players. What fucking company is going to listen to that percentage? No company is. Nobody will do. Because you are the smallest minority in the game. And that's fine for now. Because CIG don't do anything to make more PvP. But instead of chess beating each other, like, it should be more about trying to get CIG on board to giving us more things to do for PvP that isn't just sitting in Arena Commander and chess beating. I personally don't like big org versus org gameplay. I did it in EVE Online. It's boring as fuck, sitting in 1,000 versus 1,000 fight for hours on end and you're just fucking, like, crying your sleep. What I love is like the 5v5 sort of gameplay or 5v10, small groups and stuff. And again, until CIG actually give content around that, there's just no point in doing anything PvP related. You know? I was one of the top PvPers in the game, and I find it funny that A1 would chime in on things he barely understood in the P. Again. My point being is, right at the start, is that these guys are only good in Arena Commander, but they know fucking nothing about the video game. They don't even know what's coming up with Pyro, which is a big... that would be a concern for me as somebody in one of these orgs. Your leaders don't even know what the fucking changes are. Like, they can't even be bothered to monitor the game and stuff like that. They'll wait for somebody to tell them, and it's just like, you know. Should CIG even bother listening to you if you can't even listen to CIG?
They're doing internal testing with 50 of their employees and going, yeah, this sucks. Oh, this is good. This is good. Like, we're not, like, the sad reality is we are not the target audience. It ain't me. It ain't Avenger. It ain't any of us. It's
because that's not what drives, and
yeah.
I like the game. And this is what Salty Mike should hear because he thinks I'm just like a cocky.
Oh, dude, Eve battles, like the worst ones. And I think anyone who is a hardcore Eve player will agree. The worst fights in Eve Online were a maximum resisted pause. That shit is the worst fucking game mechanic ever brought out, where you're like, we don't have enough dreads even though we've got like 50 of them on the fucking grid, and we're having to take down these pauses with max resist on them instead of guns. That shit is cancer. And when you have to do that for weeks in and you're just like that, I'm distraught. Oh, we're getting hot drops. Please be primary. Please let me be primary so I can get out of this. Man, that was the funniest shit ever. You're sitting in a fucking dread and you're like, turn off your fucking siege module, hoping that you will be primary because you're in the fucking alphabetical list, and you're like, take me! Please! Let me get out of this! I want to go to bed! Oh, it was so funny, man. While I'm talking about what springs do you currently use, maximum on my Mongoose base, max tension as well.
No, he's been in the
It's like
chat.
giving it a
He's
word
been
for
in the
scaffolding.
chat,
Yeah,
Has he?
yeah.
But like I want that because like the PvE and like all that other stuff, like that's what drives the community.
On
right?
Warbirds,
Like,
I
that's
use the
engine.
extra
And
heavy ones, which were 50%
and
above
that is
heavy.
why the economy right now, not having an economy, is like
Revenge, you will get 4.0 this year. It's just not going to be working 4.0 did. Like, CIG will not hold it back. You will get 4.0 this year, but I guarantee you nothing works in it.
the big like that's I don't even want to play the game because the economy sucks.
Yeah.
Like
The
dude, just do
PU's
a full
dead to
wipe.
me.
Like
The
it gives
PU
people to
12 ads, man. Twitch suck. Wow. You can read that wee comment below. I work 3 jobs. I don't give a shit if you have to watch ads.
is dead. Yeah.
It's like, what the heck? So, like, I mean, that's the first thing. I want to work in economy, and I think anybody could say that they want that, right?
Mhm.
Yeah, that's what drives it. So I'm not like anti PVE. I'm not like anti like I'm better than you.
Mhm.
I mean, I don't know. So we should probably move on though.
So,
'Cause
like smaller
we're talking about
movement,
mass
more
movement.
precision.
So I had
Yeah.
some good shit that
I
we were
don't
gonna
think you
talk
need
about.
it for
What
like
was it again?
PvP, but I use it
okay,
for
that's okay. We can
low
move on to the
flying.
next
I
thing.
need
I
high
guess what
precision.
is how's the org landscape going? Like how has the recent patch or the recent huge changes we've gone through? Has there been any surprises to the
Would you use it for
org
PvP?
landscape of things?
I
when it
like
comes-
Yeah,
that kind of like
I'll be straight up.
movement and stuff like that.
So the 2 orgs that I've noticed, right?
Mhm.
I think a lot of people who are newer to the game, I think
It's
are
all down to
having,
preference. Like for me, I
this is
I have a
straight through
clutch on my
PvP
joystick,
lens,
so
right?
when I move it, it doesn't
they're having a
like
lot of
fire
success
back.
because
It's very
numbers
resisted because I want to
count
do
now.
small
Yep,
movement.
absolutely.
But again,
I
with
think a
PvP,
lot
I
of
aim
people are
with my
doing it
feet,
right, like
so
Thunder
it's,
Lake. I think
it's
he's
not
like
like
the
I need
one
anything in the
man.
joysticks
He's
anyway.
killing it. Yep.
He's killing it, and he has a positive. Dude, I can't praise this guy enough. He's got like a positive attitude.
Yeah.
Everybody except for except
Doesn't
for one
shy
of them.
away from a fight. Yeah,
Yeah.
stuff like that. Yeah.
And then Spec Sniper. Is that the guy's name? Gosh.
Yeah, I think I know what you're talking. I think
Why would you turn and go, is that the guy's name, to nobody in your fucking room? You know what I mean? Like, is he trying to do a fucking Joe Rogan style where there's like a fucking producer or some shit like that? What's this, right?
yeah, stuff like that.
Yeah. And then Spec Sniper. Is that the guy's name?
Is that the guy's name? Who the fuck are you talking to? Yeah, Jamie, look up that guy. Yeah. Who the fuck do you think you are to have a second person in your studio? Quickly, let me get feedback from my producers. Oh my god.
Gosh.
Yeah, I think I know what you're talking. I think
Did anyone see the crack alert CIG said?
Was it First Spear or
they've been doing that for years.
Isn't it Shadow Fox or something?
No, First Squadron.
Dude, there's more that are popping up, and that's a good thing, right? Like more orgs into the fray.
Yeah,
you know.
Just basically, so when people refunding or not paying for Krakens at events, they go back into the system, and what CIG do is they don't actually add them to the website anymore now for the bots and stuff. But if you're like, you contact CIG, they may or may not give you one of them for Warbond and stuff like that. They've been doing that for all the years, dude. It's nothing new. Just people are just finally fucking working it out, you know?
I like it. And he's like squad deep, dude. Like Spec Sniper's squad deep with like 20 dudes every night. Like,
yeah, that's good. Yeah,
I'm all about it.
Yeah, I love that. I love that about it.
It's bringing more people to the fray.
Has anything shocked you about some of the orgs that have been, I would say, the typical orgs?
No, there's no update on the actual ship coming out.
The PvP scene. Has anything surprised you about maybe fall off or anyone increased in size?
Yeah, I mean, there's fall off. Yeah. I think certain people have. I think that the old way of PvP
we're gonna transition to the org tier list now, guys. So if you look at this next slide, no, I'm kidding.
Yeah, I'll give you an org tier list.
God, I'm getting tired.
I think you had to transition to like if you look at LR, right?
I've seen that one with River Grey. Yeah, it's funny as fuck.
LR for
Biblical Ninjas is my favorite one. When River Grit says, when he started roasting Virgil and Shadow Moses, he was like, "Who are these biblical ninjas?" So fucking
like
good.
Their skill and like their dedication. You know, you can't not shake that. You know.
Yep.
And it's not like you can just join LR. You know.
Yep.
Like it's gonna take time, and like you know, you gotta vibe with them, and you know, and I've always respected that. But I think with master modes, it's like,
do you think that approach to
it's Metal Gear
building
Solid.
an org isn't sustainable?
Well, it's like, how many people do you have?
It's the thing is as well, Snake Eater as well isn't from Metal Gear Solid as well. Snake that used to stream and hang out with Shadow Moses. I'm pretty sure Snake Eater is something from Shadow Moses.
And
or
then,
from
like, if you're going
Metal
into
Gear.
PU and you want to be like kind of deadly, like, and you don't have that many guys because you're selective of like the only high skill tier
it's
guys.
well,
like
it's not his call sign because he wasn't a pilot. He was special forces. You know,
the Gucci of orgs, right? Like,
yep.
Like how effective are you going to be?
Certainly, see, I've never I've played the first one, and that's about it.
Orgs,
like Specs. Yeah, against Spec Sniper. You know what I mean?
They don't have. Well,
So,
they have
like,
nicknames,
and
but they
his
don't have
group
call
of 20
signs.
dudes that are like missile spamming you and shit. Like,
which I think is, to be fair, a good thing. Like, I think that the fact that Spec Snipers group even exists, for example, and you know, is something that an organization should be concerned about given their size, is a good thing. Like, I really do think it's a good thing. Like, that orgs are now capable that were just stood no chance, you know, and that was probably what was preventing an org like his from existing prior. Having
a nickname is one thing. Having a call sign is completely different.
If if someone was saying, if someone would ask me, like,
Because a call sign is like added to your unit, platoon, whatever is like being used in the field and stuff like that. But that's the differences where like pilots are given call signs because obviously it's not like mass amount of you're not going up in like fucking 40 planes basically.
all right, I need you to create an org today, right? What
Yep.
would you look for as far as like your org members, right?
Mm-hmm.
It wouldn't necessarily be skill. It would be, all right, first off, do you vibe? Like, are you going to be like, you know,
Rivergrit actually comes up with a really good thing here. As apart from the cringe of org ranking and chest beating and stuff like that, what he brings up here is very important for orgs to realize. It's no longer about having the best of the best of the best with fucking honors, sir, in your org. It's about having active players who vibe with your players and will follow suit, basically. Because if you're constantly trying to recruit the best people for your PvP org, it's not going to work anymore. Because again, 10 bobs can kill 5 pros very easily if the pros make one mistake. So having people that gel with your org is the future of Star Citizen, and I'm all for it. It should not be where your fucking, like, your organization is this some sort of fucking esports fucking team poaching the highest, like, KD ratio and stuff like that. And I think that's great because that's the thing that Eve brought out on, is that even a small group, like I said, I always go on this one. I went with 50 people, including myself, up against 150, and we only lost 2 ships because the people did not listen to me at the right time for warping out when we were doing guerrilla warfare. And it was one of the best fights I've ever had in Eve, where everyone, even in like not top player, was sweating their arse off for the fleet, and because of our tactics and play, we killed 150 and won the solar system. And it was amazing. And I want that feeling in Star Citizen. I want it where it doesn't matter about how many people you bring, it's about having a team that works together for the reason. And it's not like top KD ratio fucking, esport pro players. I can't wait to see more of this in Star Citizen, especially when you start bringing in capitals and engineering and crew, where again, multi-crew will bring in the element of it's not just, you don't have somebody on your crew that's a fucking 10-0 KD ratio fucking dogfighter. You have them in the dogfighter. You have somebody that's like, I can fucking micromanage like a motherfucker to get the engineering side stuff. And I think that's really fucking cool about Star Citizen. And more orgs will have to do this, where instead of them just recruiting the pro players or the people that fucking pass the test, or, the same thing as like what Avenger 1 has. You gotta kill him once when he's got 2 lives or something. The way that you got into AVS, what I mean? They've got that kind of method of doing it. Like, that just doesn't work if you're a multi-crew pilot or a capital pilot. Like, eventually down the line, organizations like Shadow Moses, Pax Mortis and stuff will be like, I want to recruit the best fucking capital team. So if you've got a capital ship that already has a crew, they're going to be wanting to grab you in the organization. Because it's more important to do that than try and fucking fill out a team of people that don't want to do it. That's how we used to play in World versus World and Guild Wars 2. Not everyone was great. Oh, dude. Guild Wars 1, W versus W versus W, Halls of Hero. That is some of the best PvP I've ever had in a game like Guild Wars. That shit, Guild Wars 1 was amazing for PvP. The builds, the level of detail, the fucking comms, the pre-targeting, all that shit. Oh god, so good. I turned down the first commander icon in the server as I didn't want anyone with that wasn't on comms. Yeah. Guild Wars 2 World versus World was so good. Dogfighters themselves won't matter to anything but a top dogfighter. What anyone's ship is doing. Exactly. Yeah. But this is the future of Star Citizen. For years it's been, who is the top PvPer in a light fighter? Can they 1 versus 1? Can they beat everyone? It's so fucking dull when you think about it. Because Star Citizen should be a group of FPSers, dogfighters, multi-crew, people who can put out fires faster than other people, people who can do logistics faster than other logistics, work out the kinks, all these things. That's more important to org versus org gameplay, and we just don't have it yet. So that's why whenever I see orgs chest beating, it's just super fucking cringe. Because I guarantee you they'll lose half their members because they can't work out.
Squeaker and
especially when you've got org leaders that are useless.
Like I don't
that's
want that
even
around.
worse.
Yep.
Second off, besides vibe, it's like, all right, do you have good comms? Do you
Guerrilla
have,
tactic gameplay is so much
situational
fun.
awareness?
I love
and
it in
competitiveness, right?
Yep.
Small group warfare, taking
it's
on
not
multiple
necessarily
people
skill-based,
or
it's
hire
necessarily
people.
Like, hey, like, what would you do to like help the group? Like, hey, if we needed like, I don't know, just say like we needed a Carrick at the scene, like for X, Y, and Z reason, right?
Yep.
Like, would one of our guys be like, yeah, I got it, like let's go, you know? Or if we need that Inferno pilot, like, you know, it's just not a bunch of cocky guys like, I don't fly Infernos, like I'm an ace, you know? Like, no, that's what I want. Like that's what I would want. First off, like your good vibe, and then skill level to understand like the basics of like team fighting, then good communication and team fighting. Like everything would be about team fighting. If I were to build an org today, it would all be based about team fighting and communication.
You couldn't build an org before, because like you said, is people just had too much of a monopoly on aces, and the value of aces was too high. Like,
exactly, and now it's different.
Like
you're going to see some people probably fall out.
Shadow Moses is a 6-year-old org. Like you'd have to catch up on 6 years of recruitment to catch us.
Well, you got a lot of dead players too.
Yeah, yeah, for sure. We do. Like a lot of them are inactive and stuff for sure. Like God, I'm barely playing right.
See, this is the cringe thing with Virtual. It's so easy to catch up with Shadow Moses. It really is. You come in from another game, like, because PvP isn't about flying, it's about who has the best aim and knowledge of the game. You come in from another game, like, say, you're the top players in whatever, right? And there's 10 of you, and you can adapt to the game faster, and your tactics are better. It doesn't matter how good your fucking guys are in Shadow Moses, you lose. That's just gaming. So when somebody's like, oh, I'm in a 6-year organization, that means fucking nothing until you actually get to the release game. It means nothing. Because from now to 1.0, the game could change 10 times, and in that 10 times, you lose all your best players, and you go back down to a 0 org. And that's the big thing that these people will need to remember, is that your ego about how old you are means nothing. Also, as this game takes longer to get there, all your players that may be in their 40s, 50s will not want to play this game down the line at that level.
Now, outside of content creation. So, yeah, like, absolutely. But that's the thing.
Like, if all your active, if all of SM's aces were active in the previous flight model, you guys would have been insane.
Yeah, well, no, not necessarily though, River. Because the problem is you could get a group like.
I hope so, Caveman. Like, logistics in EVE Online is one of the best things to see. It's really, really good because it's a make or break system where if you don't have the backbone working on it, it all falls apart. You can have the best players in the world, but if you do not have good logistics and you do not have good team vibe, it means nothing when this game goes to release. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. If you don't have a strong leadership, and I'm not talking about just one person dictating to me, if you don't have multiple FCs, multiple people that know how to do capital work, multiple people that do logistics, multiple people for dropship, FPSing, all that stuff, it doesn't matter what kind of org you have, you'll still be a nothing.
Transparent here, like, and I won't call out the org, but there's like an org that I think has very little, like not even close, the individual skill of our aces, and we could go up.
A great example was when the Blue Buckets destroyed to PvP for the first time ever for J-Town and clamped multiple PvP orgs. Yeah, but if they were to do that now, Zaguma, they'd all be fucking slaughtered. So you've got to remember that back then when Noodle and the buckets were doing PvP and shit like that, is it was very easy to just run away in a fight and not die. Now you can't do that shit. So the blue buckets would get slaughtered. See, the difference is that there are good players and there's people that are only good because of fucking the old shitty fucking method of flight and stuff like that. And as it changes further down, there's people that will be good in the current 323, 24 flight, and the moment that we get 1.0, they probably fall off as well because they don't know how to play. You know? You have to understand this is where people have to adapt, and you have to also be like, well, if you can't adapt, then we don't want you, but we'll put you in another position, for example, you know? Tactics and communication will always win in any game, no matter. You look at any Counter-Strike team, Dota team, League of Legends team. You can be the best fucking farmer for your lane and stuff like that. But if you don't have good team coordination, there's nothing. I can say, there is no I in team, but there's a you in cunt. And only the best orgs out there will be the ones that have good team playership and respect in that way. It's the same for Eve. You can have double the numbers, but if you don't have a good team makeup, it doesn't matter. If you don't have people who are working for the team and they're always trying to work out for their own sort of gains, like I want to be the top known PvPer, the top known PvP org, it's like nobody will care. But if you're the best team player org and the best team, like gathering of team players, that's very enticing, you know?
Against them, and they know how to stall out, you know? And that's the problem, right? Is like, we'd go in really wanting to.
I don't think Nudo
hammer
joined
down.
that, but Joyce maybe have tagged
on
along.
paper, our roster
Well,
would
then
look
it's not
incredible. And if they just knew how to stall out, that was it.
blue
Couldn't do
bucket.
anything about it. And that was why a lot of our guys went inactive, is because it's like, it didn't matter how good you were, because you could get trolled by, I'll throw it out, Fragner. You know, like he could troll you, and then that's it. Like, you're done. So like that was a huge consequence.
Small scale
to it before,
PvP in Eve was the best, Lou. Hands down. Going in like some of the best stuff before obviously the nerfed the leadership stuff. Going with like 5 high spec Tengus who could warp, disrupt, and web at like fucking 50 kilometers. And there's like 5 of you with one like hidden leadership alt and stuff. That stuff was amazing. You jump in against like 100-man gate camp and you'd be like, right boys, let's fucking do it, you know? So good. Low scale PvP in Eve is the best. Hands down. Because you're always like, right, alt over here, alt over here. So even though there's like 5 or 10 of you, you've got an alt on the gate and you're like, right, a big fleet is blobbing. Scatter, you know? Everyone scatters off to the little hidden points. Long distance fucking warp points and stuff like that. And then we're like, there's one guy on the gate. He's aligned slowly. Dive, tackle, gank, bang, 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 bang. Grab the loot. Leg it. Because all the fucking fleet warps back in and stuff. They're warping back. They're warping back. Fucking best gameplay ever, you know?
Yeah.
But when you're having like, anchor to the FC! And it's like 150 fucking ships anchoring on top of the AFC and logistics are like, help! I can't fucking move! You know, that gameplay in Eve was so shit.
Yeah, I'm very thankful that Master Modes has shifted that slider away from aces and more about what does your group play, what is your composition.
I think this is a really good thing,
about.
as Virgil
so,
and Rivergret are now
these
pointing out.
Major 6 PvP orgs, bro, like Major 7, whatever you call it. Like, I mean, it's kind of dead in the wind at this point. Like,
Yep.
Finally, they actually said something fucking non-cringy. Like, none of these orgs mean nothing right now. Shadow Moses, I would rate as some, like, I'm actually going to say this for Shadow Moses. Shadow Moses probably has the funniest guys in Star Citizen when it comes to smack talking and old EVE Online kind of ways. Like, they're fucking high class people. But at the same point, what these people are like in PvP now does not translate for 2 or 3 years down the line. Because if people don't maintain a certain level, and I'm not talking about being the best of the best of the best, I'm talking about understanding mechanics, understanding how flight changes, how team play works, working on your composition, not having everyone in F7As and F8s and all that stuff, having more people in Mantas. How many capitals are we going to start fielding on and stuff like that? this is where I can't wait to see the cringe, as I class them, the cringe PvP orgs turn into the PvP orgs. Because I don't rate any of these guys as decent PvP orgs until we get to the fleet makeup stage of Star Citizen. They are just people who PvP and do it more effectively than other people. But we have no idea how these people or these groups will be in the future. And I can't wait till we get to that point where we can finally start seeing the ones that actually shine, who are actually playing on the game instead of just fucking chest beating in a corner of the game like AC. When there's actual proper
that are
loss.
Outnumber you, that are gonna, and that's the thing about masterminds. Like Nix will say, right? Like I seen him in chat say,
Exactly,
like,
Warlock.
oh, there's still a skill ceiling in masterminds. Like, yeah, there definitely is, but it's like you can have someone that trains for
the skill in
a week.
The skill
you know,
in
with good
Star
pilots,
Citizen right
and
now is
they're
team
gonna do
comp
some
and
damage,
team play.
Like no matter what, they're gonna.
And
Get
I think that's so much
fight.
better than
You
having
know?
a couple of aces doing everything.
Especially now,
Just
like
me,
right
my
now,
take on it.
Yeah,
you can't.
Having fleet comp, situation awareness, and working together as a team is the best shit. When I listen to a comms and they're fucking rap godding each other, but when I listen into comms and they're like, the primary target is this. All right, change target. I'm like, this is fucking shit. You are just getting away with it because other people are worse. When you go into a group and they're like, right, primary target this, secondary target that, right? Okay, everyone on me, anchor. Right, okay, go for them now, push, right, back a bit, slow down, you know what I mean? When you start hearing that shit on comms, that's the best gameplay. Because they know, like, the person is fully understanding what the fuck is going on in the whole field.
Punch over a certain way. That's it.
And that's the difference between an FC and somebody wanting to be an FC.
Their left clicks are going to be so deadly that, like, it's...
Yeah, especially in this
matter.
F7 meta. I don't know how the meta is going to change in 2.4, but you know,
it won't change much.
Yeah, for
that's
sure,
just how I
man.
feel. So
no, I don't, I just think we're better off for that. Yeah, and it's got to go a bit like, okay, we've seen how much they've taken away from aces. I think the slider needs to go a little bit more towards aces for a bit of a healthier balance and some more longevity to the game.
yeah,
completely
I
agree.
want a little bit of,
but I'm
like,
glad it's
maneuverability.
Yeah.
One of the best ways CIG could do aces, right? To have aces, is make a ship that is only good, like hyper competitive in a 1v1 or a 5v5 gameplay, and you have that in Arena Commander only. The ship can't be used, everyone gets access to it, but it can only be used in Arena Commander. And it is high speed, high maneuverability, and a certain amount of DPS that can be done. You can't change the weapons on it, and it can only be used in a certain game mode, so you can't interfere with other people's game modes. And that way you can have your fucking top F1 driver kind of shit, but on your daily drive to fucking Pyro, it's a different story. It'd be so dope.
Some agility, like some creativity.
But the moment that you add these ships to the PU, it ruins the game.
I'm glad that more orgs are now a part of the Westeros, space Westeros, so to speak, and like, you know,
I'll
like
close it out.
Like alliances and stuff are going to start to exist and stuff like that.
I hate alliances. I think it's
the only place where the F7 is
okay,
meta is in squad battle, where you get new ship every 2 minutes or repair it.
One shitter in your alliance that just ruins it for the whole group.
I disagree with that, dude. Again, I've gone in an F7A up against 4 people and clapped the shit out of them because I was in that ship. If I had been in Gladius, I would have lost.
Huh?
I mean, you experienced it with like
Perry
Neighborhood Watch.
Yep.
You know what I mean? But I'll close it out in saying 2 things. I think master modes, I'm okay with it.
Mm-hmm.
I am. I think the nav mode is good. I think it adds a variable, and variables are always good in gaming. I think you need 2 things. I just think you need a little bit of boost to like maneuverability, agility, stuff like that. Just a little bit, so we can have, like, you know, a little bit more skill. And then I think like a little boost to fleet comp, you know.
What I would like to see with the F7A and the F8 is I want CIG to make these ships faster and more agile and remove the guns. So, for example, with the Hornets, it should be 4 size 3s, 2 size 2s on all Hornets apart from Tracker and Ghost, which can't have the extra 2 frees. When you go to the F7A, you just have more shots because you've got a bigger capacitor. When you go to the F8, it should lose its size freeze and just be literally 6 size 2s with lots of shots. Make the ships agile where they can be a bit more effective, but you lose this stupid amount of damage. And it's the same thing where you start putting like deadbolts on everything, you know? That's the best way to balance these ships. But the problem is, because of this power creep, you're going to have to start making like Gladius with 3 size 4s and stuff like that. And it's so stupid, you know? The Vanguard can lose its nose gun to any missile hit from... Again, there's just a lot of jank in the game, you know? But the biggest issue is CIG keep making everything slower instead of just removing a few guns. Or changing out loadouts, that's it. They're just not willing to budge on this, and it's the easiest way to balance. Make ships all fun and engaging to fly and just reduce the guns. Make Gladius and Arrow hyperspeed fucking boom and zoomers, but the Arrow has 2 size 2s on it. The Gladius has 3 size 2s. That's it. That's all you have to do to these ships. Just put their weapon sizes down and make them more agile. Make it where they can't kill a fucking Connie in a few seconds. That's all CIG has to do. It would be a lot of fun because, again, 2 size 2s with a lot more shots, but you've got high agility movement is more fun, you know? It should go explosive, yeah. Unless there's like some major issues in the next couple of patches, I definitely see it going live on Thursday or Friday. Obviously, there's no information on that, but right now, again, they put a patch out on Sunday, that's a big deal.
You know, make other ships
valuable,
right?
You know what? I'll tell you what I mean? They
but
did.
Not
Elite Dangerous flight model is amazing, Amro. I don't know what you're talking about. Like, the PvP in Elite Dangerous at high level is insane. Absolutely insane. It kicks the shit out of Star Citizen. It's not slow and boring. That's just a representation of speed that you see. But the skill level in Elite Dangerous is insane. Absolutely insane. Anyone that says Elite Dangerous is slow and boring, you don't understand that flight model at all. Because it's insane what people will do in that game. At high level.
Valuable in other aspects.
You know what they did, which you gotta give
yeah,
them
exactly,
credit for too?
explosive. I think that's what a lot of people
How
are
good
like.
is the fucking Firebird, man? And we should have mentioned
I
this
love
when
it,
we talked
dude.
about the Paragon. The fact that thing is
wish-
lethal and deadly and competitive is
I want to fly
awesome.
Amber. That's
During
fine.
Jumptown,
I'm the
was
same
using
with
Firebird.
Drake. I don't
didn't,
really like
I
flying
wouldn't even fire
Drake.
missiles. I was just using it to like stick to people, and it
Yep.
was so fun. It was
Yep.
so fun.
Yeah,
And it
that's
sounded
like
great.
that's like you're not funneled into, oh, I have to go learn how to fly a light fighter for 2 hours, right? It's like, no, like someone that isn't as competitive can hop into a Firebird and be extremely useful, you know, and they don't have to sweat it as hard. So
yeah,
I love
mean,
that.
it's
right?
fun without the missiles. That's why I'm saying if this racing ship that came out has 4 hard points, that's my main ship.
Throw it in a contestation. Yeah, like
because like that's the stats with hard points, like with more hard points would be so fun.
And then in the last,
probably be OP.
I don't want to keep harping on just flight the whole time, but
I
like
would
in the
actually
last
like
flight,
to see Crusader having more options. I would like to see a Crusader light fighter and a medium fighter. I think that would be really good fun. But I would also like to see a light fighter from Drake. And I would actually like to see maybe like another Aegis or like Anvil, a sort of in between light medium sort of interceptor kind of ship and stuff. Yeah, but the Buck is not a light fighter. It says it on the website that it is, but the Buck is an interceptor that has the damage of a fucking medium ship. It's so weird. But there's no actual like light fighter for Drake. It goes from the what's it called? The cutter to Buccaneer. Such a weird jump.
model, it's like like every ship
I would like an Aegis multi-crew
was
ship,
on,
yeah.
the
They
meta was
definitely need
only
to fill in
measured by
areas
how
as
well,
well.
how agile was your ship and how good was it at killing, you know. But now it's like,
Yeah.
oh, this ship's good because it's stealth and it's got interceptor tunings and it's got missiles. Like last patch,
Yeah.
you know, you would launch missiles. Sorry, last flight model, you'd launch missiles and hope the server was lagging enough
No change in flight model. Hasn't changed since 3.10.
to catch them randomly, you know. But now missiles are actually deadly. So I appreciate that there's more ways to play a game.
People
than
need
just,
to start really learning terminology correctly for Star Citizen. All that's changed from 3.22 to 3.23 was flight tuning. That's it. There's nothing changed in the model. Nothing. It's the exact same thing. Master modes is just a toggle between SCM and nav mode. That's all it is. We won't see any tuning until CIG move on to a different engine completely, like a different IFCS. And as far as I've heard, they haven't changed since 3.10.
being in
So
a
when you say stuff like, oh, they changed the flight model, they've not changed the flight model, guys. They've just tuned the current status.
light fighter or a Hornet, you know. So yeah.
I wish the old Saber had the tuning of the Firebird. That would make it
Yeah,
interesting.
yeah. Mate, I tell you, I always joke about this, but they hate that saber for some reason. They are just adamant that it
It's so
remains
pretty,
trash
too.
forever.
It's such a beautiful ship.
Yep. I even made a thread complaining about like why do they hate it. But yeah, no, I think it's good.
If you had to guess, do you think they'll overhaul it again before release? No. What I would imagine is that they will fine-tune the system bar. Because hear me out, guys. They need to have a flight system working to release Squadron 42. So they need to get that tested, which is enjoyable for new players to get into, to release Squadron 42. Going from SAM to nav and then the tuning for the ships. Once Squadron 42 is done, CIG can then change the Star Citizen stuff to more of a different spec, right? Once Squadron 42 is out, and that is all set in stone, CIG can change Star Citizen's flight to whatever the fuck they want to do with it. But it is definitely, like, the main focus is to just run along both at the same time and get that Squadron 42 flight system out, you know? And if anybody says differently, I'm sorry, you're just brain dead at that point. Because Squadron 42 is always CIG's main focus, not Star Citizen. If Squadron 42 fails, there is no Star Citizen. Nobody will buy Star Citizen if their primary AAA fucking studio video game is a pile of shit. And it will be a pile of shit if you make it in a flight system that's designed for high tier level of sweats, like what Avenger 1 wants. And that's fine to do that afterwards. When Squadron 42 is out and we've milked the nipples of the brand new nerds getting into the game and they're loving it, then we can do the Avenger 1 tuning for Star Citizen. But it won't be the other way around. Nobody gives a shit about SC if Squadron 42 fails.
That, and you know, hopefully they buff multi-crew to the point that it's like that becomes problematic for us.
Because then
like,
who backs Star
like
Citizen?
this group's in 3 hammerheads,
I only
and
drink
you have
soy
to sit
milk,
there and
that's
go,
up to
all
you.
right, like how do we plan to take these out rather than it being a breeze? Like multiple ways to approach group versus group content is always a good
hopefully
thing.
Hopefully Armor does that too.
Star Citizen will definitely keep on
EMPs,
evolving.
Hopefully they're up there. Missiles are good, like, you know, hacking loops and all that stuff. Hopefully it all ends up competitive and the game has more layers.
Yeah, exactly.
And interest
exactly.
to it, yeah? But no, I guess to summarize
that's why
this
again,
topic,
a lot of the PvPers that fucking rant and talk and, well, I want this to be this way, you're looking at it completely wrong. You need to look at it what is going to sell Squadron 42, make it fun, make it engaging for that player who buys it, and then hope that they start spending money on SC. Because if, say look at Squadron 42 makes, like, its money back. Say it makes, like, $1 billion in its first year. That's the money replenished that was designed to build that game and Squadron 4 Star Citizen at the same time, and it means that they can keep running and start working on the next version of it. Squadron 43 or whatever the fuck they're gonna call it. Squadron 42 Part 2. But it means that people will be like, wow, I had so much fun in Squadron 42, I'm gonna buy Star Citizen. It just makes more and more money. So as much as I agree with PvPers where it needs to be like different levels of skill and yada yada yada, not right now. Make Squadron 42 good. Let's get that fucking money, and in 5 years' time, make Star Citizen good as well. And if you don't have that time, go and fucking ride a bike across the fucking Arctic or something.
Before we move on to the next one real quick, is I'm glad there's multiple ways to do this, and I'm glad that the direction is shifted to the groups rather than the individual pilots as much.
Because I want more money for Star
But
Citizen.
it's got to get better.
All right. You talk to chat.
Yeah,
to
but
ask them
Millions
about that topic.
doesn't
You gotta
fund
go
a game for a while.
Go for it.
If you've got
Drinking
no
water
fresh
all
money
day,
coming in.
working on my house.
Go for it. Go for it.
Jeez,
Yo,
man. This guy-
Ghost, you gotta relax, dude. Big ships are a joke now. Yeah, we hope really give
Skip.
it. Honestly, what's it called? Like Uncle is coming out.
This dude has a weak bladder.
Segue into what our next subject was going to be.
Yeah.
Which is
stop drinking beers.
what do you think about the base building stuff? How that's going to turn out? Like base building and
it's
attacking
scam.
bases. Yeah. Okay, go for it.
I don't. Okay, so who
Cool.
said?
Yeah, but they don't give a shit about the ammo. You know what I mean? See, this is the thing is where even somebody like me that's a legatist that could put another 10 grand in on Star Citizen like that, like they don't give a shit about somebody like us. They only care about the brand new player spending 45. Every company that markets these days does not care about whales. If you think that you're a whale and you mean something to a company, you don't. I hate to tell you that. Because energy drinks now don't give a shit about somebody that with thousands of viewers. They care about bringing in affiliates that will literally get a little 3-month contract, which is very small in the scale, but generate 3-4 times the income to the company, and then they'll get rid of them. Because that's what they do to content creators just now. That's why you haven't seen me like advertising any energy drink or anything like that, because that's what Sneak did to me. I was generating, in the first year, I generated $15,000 to fucking Sneak, and they shit canned me because I didn't have brand new people coming in spending 20, 30 bucks a month every time there was a new thing. It was just the whales maybe spending like 100, 200 every month. Companies don't give a shit about people who have spent money already. They only care about new people spending money.
Attacking bases.
It was
Is that
Todd Pappy.
Because they've already got your money.
Okay, so Top Happy, who's no longer with the company, right?
Yup.
Yeah. So do you really think that's gonna happen?
Yeah, they want more whales.
Yeah,
basically.
I think it's
I'm just asking.
A new whale.
it's an inevitable evolution. I think.
Because look at it this way, Captain Richards, long-term player of Star Citizen, streamer, he got a refund on everything. He pulled his account out. So where's that money now to CIG when a whale bails out on the project? They don't give a shit.
I think it was always going to be inevitable.
Yeah, he left like a year
I'm
ago,
not like
dude.
a
He literally did
person, so I
Season
don't
Con,
know,
and
like
a
an
month
MMO
later
guy, so
he
I don't
was
know,
left.
but
You know?
like when it comes to my mind, like how are you gonna make it work?
Again, CIG said that he had to move to LA or something, or move to Manchester, and he just didn't want to move his family, which is fair enough, and that's why he didn't take the contract. And that's a respectable reason as far as I'm concerned.
So they'll follow the Eve recipe, which is you drop a base. Okay, so this is how it works.
Probably
in Eve.
lawyers,
That's probably
but-
the best way they've done it.
Yeah.
You drop a base for your org or yourself,
Okay.
whatever, right? And then you pick what hour that base is vulnerable in, right? And they call that like time zone tanking and stuff. So you'll say, you know, when Tuesdays and Thursdays at 8 p.m. is the vulnerability window.
See, that's the big thing, right? There's people that look at the game just now, Amaro, and think like how you're thinking. And then there's people like me that don't give a shit what we have right now, because the 1.0 is the only thing that matters in Star Citizen as far as I'm concerned. So Master Modes is not a disaster. It brought in the change that CIG want to do. The clown UI that you talk about just now is getting replaced in 4.0 with something that's absolutely incredible, right? Within a few matter of months. Still no pyro? Who fucking cares? I would rather it working than it come out a disaster. There's always a positive way of looking at things, and if you constantly live in a life of negative, nothing will ever be positive to you. So instead of caring about the now, think about the future. You know? And the future is looking good for Star Citizen. They have everything laid out what they want to do, and if it doesn't come out within this year, who fucking cares? If it doesn't come out next year, who cares? We only care about the 1.0 when the game actually matters. Right now, if you are playing Star Citizen religiously every day for 12 hours, get a fucking life. And that's not directed to Amro, that's anybody in the chat that's doing that. Go and get a proper fucking life and stop wasting away. There are so many more things to do with your existence than rot and play a fucking game that's in development. Do something else. Go on a hike, ride a bike, write a novel, play other video games. Stop sitting in Star Citizen's asshole.
For your bases. Now it's another org or another person's responsibility to attack your base in that 1 hour window. And then that sets you up for a scheduled event, which is like, okay, 2 weeks from now is when that base is going to be fully vulnerable at this time, and then you duke it out. That's how it works in Eve. It's like, there's more layers and depth to it, but it's
I never knew that. So
you've got a bit of control. It's not like, because your immediate concern is you go offline for the night and in come the Australians and they knock your shit down, right?
Yeah, I mean, but my question is like, how are you gonna find the bases? Are you just gonna have them all out? Like, am I gonna go to like Selin and just see freaking all these habs sprouted up everywhere? Like, is that how it's gonna work?
Yeah, exactly. I don't know if like
that's so dumb.
but that's exactly how it's gonna work.
I think it's. We don't even have enough planets for that. How many players do we have?
Don't know. Well, like
CIG once said that if you were to take every player and put them in a fucking line, you couldn't have enough players to go around the whole diameter of Daymar. One of the smallest moons in the game, by the way. And Pyro 5 has 5 moons on it, which are nearly 5 times bigger than Daymar. I think we have enough space. Just a smidge. There's not enough players to build outposts in the whole of Stanton in its current system, if you were to put every single fucking player on one server. I think we're good.
They're gonna do shards and stuff, but you're right. No, I think...
Yeah, but then server meshing, because everybody's like, oh, server meshing, you can't server hop anymore. So are we just gonna have everybody on one?
But it's
like what?
It's like the MCU multiverse, dude. It's like the pack spaces are on 020 USA, and
these guys are only good at one thing, and that's just killing players in a video game. Like, after that, it's kind of like, yeah.
Selin near the South Pole. It's like that. Like, and then the SM bases, for example, Hurston at, to the east or whatever the heck, and they're on Shard 050, which is...
Again, like, for anybody tuning in, CIG have said there's going to be regions. There's going to be NA, Australia, which is like Asia, Pacific, basically, and EU. What you do on EU doesn't go on to America. What you do on America doesn't come on to EU. You can play on EU as an American, but what you do on that server doesn't translate to America. So look at it like this way. On day one, whenever they turn this system on, if you're an NA player and you play on NA for 6 months, then go into an EU server, you just basically go back like you've been reset. You don't have any money, you don't have any reputation, you don't have any bought things like ships, right? Like Blizzard, yeah. What happens on EU stays on EU. What happens on America stays on America. You can't bounce between. And that's fine. It's an MMO. What did anybody fucking expect to happen? Did you really think what you do on EU, then you can just go and gank people in low NA time with all your shit? No. That doesn't work. In any fucking video game that's an MMO. No game does this. No game allows you. The only time that happens is EVE Online because it only has one server, you know? And this is how it will go until CIG can realize how to put everything on one shard, one server. But that won't be for another 10 years. You have to wait for servers to catch, like server tech to catch up on that. What package did you have for Star Citizen? Legatus. Yeah. If you're a brand new player, I highly suggest just buy a Legatus, you know. I hate that, to be honest. Well, it doesn't have regional locks, dude. If you're a EU player, you can go and play on an American server. Just the shit you do on EU doesn't carry over. Why would that be an issue? Because you can't go and grind on EU and like WoW and then jump onto American server. Yeah, it's basically a progression lock. It's not a regional lock. Like, it's not like, oh, EU players can only play on EU. It's only progression lock. So when you build a base on EU, it's not in the same location on America. Again, how anyone didn't see this coming is beyond me. There's too many assets in Star Citizen to have on one system. It doesn't suck for multinational orgs. You made that choice to be multinational. So what you need to do is have, and again, it's so simple. Your guys on America grind up, and when you, Bart, go to play with them, they give you a ship for you to fly, which you don't need any skill levels to fly, you don't need any XP to fly, and they can give you a full armor set and 1 million UEC in your account. You then just have to grind up reputation that they can share with you. How does it suck? It's just a limitation of what you've put on your head because of that. We have bases everywhere. Exactly. But it doesn't suck. Again, why did you assume that the moment they go off dedicated servers, you would have it any other way? We literally play on dedicated servers. It's like going to fucking DayZ and swapping server. Now, the moment they take that away and make it where you're traveling around the game and you're not server hopping, there's no way CIG can run the assets in the game for all the players at one time. Look how bad the servers are when we have 100 people on a dedicated bar. Could you imagine when you put 6 million players worth of assets on one server? What the fuck do you think was going to happen? It was never possible. And this is all that it is. It's not going to be crowded on planets and stuff because you have the fucking progression locks.
Heck, to be honest.
I think if they're putting out bases, there needs to be org mechanics out before, like, at the same time they're putting out bases, because then it's just gonna be dumb.
Yeah, I think they said they're working on it, and they quote unquote said like it's high risk, high reward, depending on what systems you're in.
Someone asked me about bases the other day, and I'm like, honestly, like, we have no idea what's
gonna
happen.
Definitely Spike. Yeah.
I
only know that one video.
Like,
it's not the issue of ping loot, it's the number of assets. Again, look how on the average amount of players, right? Imagine we've got, say, at one time 5,000 players playing the game. Now, if you put 5,000 people on one database server so that you can play with all these things on multiple things, it's going to crash the system. You know? We can barely run 100 people on this system right now. $20 UEC. Exactly, Backy Mouse. Exactly. If I get it, if US and EU have different servers, but why separating process and events? I don't know. Again, but where did you think this was going to be any different from, like, fucking World of Warcraft or Albion and stuff like that? There is no game that lets you literally take, like, an MMO of this size, lets you split it. The only way Elite Dangerous gets away with it is because it puts you onto different servers that are connected to one database. But when you've got, say, somebody turning up in a Kraken and they decide to place 1,000 water bottles around that ship's top surface bar, and you want that ship to then transfer between servers without having issues or causing servers, like, fuck that shit. 100% region progress, lock people down. I do not want people fucking farming up during their prime time when they're safe, and then they go and start killing other, like, Asian players in the different region when they're not got any like protection stuff, because that's what happens, dude. And again, this is only for the time until they can figure out how to do a one server system. But with CIG's current record, they can barely get 200 players working on a game.
Death of a
On a
Spaceman,
server.
same argument. Like, what's the other thing? Like Theaters of War, same argument. Like,
Exactly, Lou.
we have no idea what it's going to be like when it comes out, right?
So a prime example is EVE Online. CCP, who are the developers and the publishers, came up with time dilation. Basically, when you had 1,000 players in one server, it slowed the game down to where you are double clicking in a direction and it would take like 5 minutes to move in that direction on the old system. And when the time dilation came in, you could move in that direction, but everything was in super slow mode. I don't want that for Star Citizen. Just people can go on EU, people can go on NA, and if you can't deal with it, get fucked. Yeah, the difference is though, Devils, is they didn't have it with people with their assets intact, dude. 700 players on the server is super easy. 700 players with all their assets, all their base locations in one spot and stuff like that. That's a different story for server tech. And that's what people are forgetting. It's not like I am a WoW player with a database that's literally fucking XML code and stuff like that. We're talking about an asset that can hold an asset, that stands in an asset, that drives into an asset, then flies in an asset, around a fucking asset, that lands on an asset. That is a huge amount of data that needs to be transferred. And if you are just free decking it around, they're gonna have, like, server meshing would be is when you transfer between server to make it like what everyone wants, it's gonna be like a 5-10 minute fucking queue. So I'm sorry. I would rather it where for now they split up where what you do on EU stays on EU. What you do in America stays on America. What you do on Asia stays on Asia. And if you want to play with people that you know, you have to grind 2 regions. Like you have to do in any other fucking MMO.
And for all we know, it could be another option
Just
in the
delete the
menu
EU
where
code.
it says Persistent Universe, Arena Commander, and Personal Base, right? And you click Personal Base, and you build your base on your own little server. You pick
I would rather have high FPS working, like high FPS servers on the tick rate, and people having to swap fucking regions and do other things like that. I would rather have that than fucking the game literally going down to like 10 FPS and nothing working. Just because people want to play with their friends in another time region. Fucking hell. Like, it's just not worth that nonsense.
pick your world.
Get better friends, get different
clear,
friends.
like,
Whatever,
you'd be
get the
sitting
fucking
inside
job done.
The PU for sure.
I mean,
I want a
Well,
game
do
that
you
actually
think that's-
works.
It could
Do
be
you
2
think
years from
that's-
now, and they could
Oh,
switch it
yeah.
up.
For sure. Do you
don't
think
know.
it's a good direction to take the game in though? Like where the PvP
I do.
community is
Hopefully.
enticed to fight each other over conquest and territory?
Hopefully, it is something to.
Oh, there won't be a single server per region. I'm talking about databases, Lou. So, the shard is one thing, right? A server is another thing. The database that everything connected is a third thing. And then the replication layer that works on all 3 of these things is another fucking layer on top of things. So again, if you have, look at it this way, if I build land on EU on Daymar in this location, that means that when I'm on an American server, your base is on that American side, right? It has to be there. So how are you going to protect your base on multiple regions at one time? How is anybody going to do that? You're not. That base will only be on a certain shard in a certain thing, right? I just tried to close thing. No, it's not hire mercenaries. It's impossible. You can't have this one location in 5 different fucking instances. So if I go and I build my base on an EU server, it's only there. Which means that when I go to America, my server, my fucking, on a different shard, my base is no longer there. Either that, it's one server with like 10,000 fucking players on that server and you can't join. Look at it this way, Bart. This way allows you to actually play with your friends in different regions. What happens if they start making it where only 5,000 people per server? And you are late to download the game, just an example, and you can't join your friends on that server that they're all on. Because that's what happens in other MMOs. Oh, it's pop locked. I can't get on the server. I'll go to another server and be completely bored. Which would you rather have? Grind 2 fucking instances of the game in the multiverse or not be able to play with your friends full stop? I would rather be able to play with anyone I choose and just double grind. Because it's better than being locked to a server. And that's what would happen if CIG went with a different way. 10,000 player server, you are number fucking 10,001 and you can't play with Detox and Co. Because you were late. You were working that day when the servers went live. They didn't announce it. You know, some companies do this shady kind of shit. So there's Detox and IMI on one server and there's Bart on a server surrounded by Shadow Moses. Yeah, exactly. It would suck. So as far as I'm concerned, if your shard, when you place a shard, the idea, right, is that when you're on the shard, what happens on that shard is progression. You place a base down and people can phase in, phase out, depending on how well CIG do it. But if you go to another server, it's no longer there. Now, they could make it where if you log off, you can transfer all your data to another server, but then you can't come back the same day. And that would slow the flow of data down to where it's more manageable. And that way you could transfer between the regions of shards and take all your data, but you wouldn't be able to take your ground bases, right? Because it's impossible to start, like if somebody starts overlapping, it would be insane. So I look at it like where you have your base here, you can take all your data and go to America, but you wouldn't be able to come back to EU the same day. Because unless CIG can make the traffic really flow. But if you've got 6 million backers and say an average of 10,000 people playing every day, every hour, that's a lot of fucking data to transfer at will.
Something to...
Because some companies, for example, with MMOs, they do what is called a server transfer. You pay a certain money, and within 24 hours, your characters move to another server. That's another way CIG could do it. But how many people are wanting that kind of system?
Hunt, pretty much. You know what I mean? Because pirates need something, like, forget about PvP orgs, right? Like, pirates need something to do too, right? And if you're, like, picking on people, that's fun, you know, for them. Like, that's their game.
They want a system where you play character never actually leaves the game when you log off. Yeah, there's ways that they want to do it. If you're in an arrow and you land on Daymar and you don't bed log or you don't log off, your ship stays there, your character stays there. That will eventually be the system. If you go to a hangar and land and log off that way, all is saved, right? Because you've got your persistent hangar, your personal hangar, whatever they want to advertise as. But if I go and stand in the middle of a fucking station and I don't log off correctly, I'm going to be just standing there all the time. That will eventually happen in Star Citizen. And I'm completely fine with that. Again, any sandbox game has that shit. Normally what happens is you fucking lie down in the sand, like in Ark and Rust and stuff, you just lie down on the ground.
Loop, right? And there's also a game loop as like a PvEer to prevent that from happening, right? So maybe with...
I'd like it if you could start with all pledges on each region, but all your assets and... Yeah, but that's what I'm talking about, Bart. So everything that you own, right, that you've paid money for, you get on EU and you get on America. But if you do reputation grind on America and then jump over to EU, you don't have that reputation grind. You have to do it again. It's the same with your money and anything bought in game. That's what I'm saying. You are on EU, you grind that for Detox's org. On America, another group grind for Detox's org. And you're like, oh, I'm going to come and play. Can somebody give me 1 million, a ship to use, and an armor set, and I'll grind the rest for myself? There you go. or like modules and stuff, you'll have a surplus of modules. Because there's no EXP and leveling, it's just money, assets, and reputation are the grind in the game. You know? I still can't bedlog in my Aurora. Well, yeah, I know. Bedlogging is kind of fucked right now. But that's the idea. Whatever you buy can be used in any region. What you buy in game and what you farm in game is going to be regional progression locked for the time being. And it might just be shard logged. They might even go to the extreme where if I'm on shard 1 and I go to shard 2, I've got to restart that grind again, you know? We have no idea where this will go. All you have to understand is to try and put everyone's assets and progression into one system that transfers between shards and regions is an insane amount of data. And we don't have to deal with it right now because we don't have server meshing. You take your data, log off, and join another server. Now, when that server, you can't just fucking log off, and the only way is to transfer to another server by traveling. That's all your data that then needs to be synced up with another shard on another server. That's too much. That's far too much data. For now, anyway.
That could be defenses or something like that.
And then they've got to replicate it as well to make sure that if a server and a shard goes down, you don't lose stuff. Nah,
because,
fuck that shit.
It's like a bone to chew on, right?
The best scenario would be is where they allow like 5,000 to 10,000 people on a shard, kind of thing.
Like we need. I think the SC PvP community needs.
Yeah, same, buddy. I would prefer that as well.
I just don't want that. I don't want that until we have like hardcore server mesh.
No, we do. The last time they said, like, it was 2 season cons ago, Bart, they said there is going to be regional locks. Not where you can't play with people, but your data does not transfer over. Now, obviously, CIG can come around and say, magically, Houdini, we figured out another system. But the last thing, and pledges, yeah, pledges go over. You can play on any server, any shard, with your pledges, but your money, reputation, and bought in-game assets, which include ships, does not transfer between shards and regions. But again, that was 2 years ago. CIG could fucking have made it now where they've got some sort of queue system that when you server mesh, you can press a button that transfers all your data or something. We just don't know. They're so, like, out of touch of actually keeping up to date of how this game will actually work, because here's the fact that I don't even think they know.
Because, dude, if they put out base building next patch,
but anytime they give us information, you have to go on that information until they update and say otherwise. You're not gonna find
anybody in the verse.
You can't just go, oh no, it's 2 years from now. They'll definitely have something different. Well, they said they were going to have organizations 2.0 in 2014. 10 years later, we're still fucking waiting.
Like, there's gonna be everybody is just gonna be building their base in the whole entire game. Like, there's gonna be nothing to do, right? Because everybody's just gonna be in their base. They're not gonna be out exploring. They're not gonna be out, like, it's gonna be stupid.
Yeah, but what if you can attack their bases? Like, what if River Grit has a bounty?
That's very true.
We're desperately trying to find the pack.
But then you've also got to look at it this way. In a game like Ashes of Creation, you are an asset that has the matrix of assets inside, right? You are only an asset on what you are wearing that time. You are not able to pick up an asset, climb into the back of a fucking carriage with that asset. That carriage then jumps into a fucking boat of an asset and then travels across the world in an asset. So doing stuff like server meshing is insanely easier in Ashes of Creation. The same with how it's going to be in Dune as well. Because Dune has loading screens. Star Citizen doesn't have loading screens. Ashes of Creation will have loading screens. Like, you'll go on like what they have in WoW, where you get on the back of a fucking griffin. That's a loading screen. If people don't realize that, that is a loading screen mechanic, and we've had them for many, many years. So that is completely what we are doing, or what CIG are doing in Star Citizen. There's no other game to go, well, they've got server meshing, it should work for Star Citizen. It doesn't work like that with engines. The stuff CIG do is insane on a tech level of detail. You are an asset that can hold an asset, wear an asset, climb into the back of a fucking rover asset. The rover asset can drive into the back of a fucking constellation asset. Then you can walk around in the asset with all this shit. Then that asset can fly around on a moon, which is an asset, into space, which is an asset, around a fucking universe, which is an asset, and all of this is meant to work at one time. There's no other game that does this. And that's the thing that you can always give CIG massive props for, is there is no other game that allows you to do that shit. Now, we've had Arcade, where you can pick up a box, go onto a boat, and it sails around the ocean. 3 levels of assets, right? And you can stand on a horse, but the different thing is, when you're on your horse, the horse becomes you as an asset. It's not that the asset is sat on the horse, it's you've become the horse asset. Or when you mount in games, it's normally you see the mount appear and you jump onto it in an animation. That's your character as an asset become a horse asset character. It's not your character is sitting on top of an asset and it's moving around in assets. That's the easy way to get around games. It's the same thing as PlanetSide. You teleport into the ship and become the asset.
Spaces. And River is drunk one night. He has a bounty and he flies randomly somewhere in Cellen. And then, one of us is tailing in a stealth ship going, fuck it, boys, we got them. This is all their bases sitting right here.
We need to just... the server testing is one thing, but we need to know more information about how CIG wants to make this an MMO in the future.
Go ahead.
That's a big thing. Like, server meshing, we already know works. Most of the playtests that CIG have done, server meshings work. I was part of one of the tests, and it was the coolest thing, going from one server to another server, 20 tick rate, fucking 200 people in the server. Awesome stuff. The game felt amazing. The biggest thing after that is, what do we do when we start increasing the numbers? Does it start to buckle? Is it going to be where we go from a 100-player server to a fucking 400-player server? But then if we try and push 500, it goes back to where it's like previously. We don't know the limitations, and I would rather know the limitations of where they're going to go with server meshing for now to sort of have an understanding of what to prepare for like 1.0. Are we going to get a 1,000-player server, or is it just going to be a 400-player server and it just works really well? Because hear me out, I would rather have it a 400-player server and it works flawlessly than try and put 1,000 players and it works like what we currently have just now. That's more important to me as a consumer and a player of this game. I would rather it just fucking works than try to do we're trying to break the record of cramming as many assholes into one fucking moon,
Anything about like what it takes to build a base? Like, does it require resources or something like that? Because that's what I want to know. Like, what's the value in your base? Like, because if it like cost me 7 hours of my time to resource some material to be able to build,
you can make money off it. It's going to be passive income.
All 499 going to log out when you log out?
You can have like a mining.
If you have a server with like 500 people, the chances of coming across me are very slim, actually.
Right? If I go like, oh, this is my base area, I'm going to click build, and that's it. Like, then what's the value of it being destroyed? There's no value there. Like,
I think having a discussion on like base building is just too boring just now.
It's more like loops,
we don't like they just started developing on base building at the start of this year.
The game,
like having a conversation
like
on it, I'm just passing on it. It's too boring.
I don't know that low key. That's why I like actually have so much money in the game, because like they used to wipe all the time, and I'm like, yo, I'm not trying to buy these ships to fight in like after a wipe, because I don't want a PVE. Like I have too ADHD for that, so I'm just gonna buy them. So like when a wipe happens, I could just like kit all my shit out real fast.
Yeah, it's the same as this next segment is on economy.
I'd like for there to be some value in materials and money, so that like we have to be able to
I'm gonna skip the economy, then it goes to
sustain yourself, like to fight,
referring to PvP suspensions.
Money to
I'm gonna go to the pyro part because it's actually getting really dull now.
That's what we're gonna find out, because that is going to be where both game loops collide, PvE and PvP.
Yeah,
I mean,
they're
all
trash
the pirates
talking.
are gonna be active. You know what I mean? All the PvPers are gonna be active. And this is the funny thing, dude, because like you think about it now, right? Like before the real PvPers, like the threats, like they'd mainly be in AC, right?
Yep.
Like trying to fight other PvPers. And then like when they got bored and they want to hang out, like they'll go to the PU, you know?
Yep.
But in Pyro, like everybody, like those guys
This guy obviously wasn't around when there was no Arena Commander. Nobody was in Arena Commander. We're all fighting in the PU over Jump Town.
are out. Now Pyro's going to be coming in, and
When they took that
there's
away,
not really much for
it's
PvPers
just,
to do except for
No, it's much more of the
PvP.
same
The other,
with a different
yeah.
backdrop. like the stars look different. Yeah.
So I like honestly, like when Pyro comes out, it's gonna be. I do think it's gonna be a bloodbath. I think there's gonna be a shit ton of like fights. Like they mentioned this new asteroid thing.
Yeah, the
asteroid
contested
base and
bases,
stuff.
that'll be great.
Yeah, like dude,
Really
that's
looking
gonna.
let's just remember what FPS shooting is like in Star Citizen right now. Unless CIG gets server meshing to work, it doesn't matter what they add in Pyro. It's going to be shite. The only concern people should have is server meshing. How much is it actually going to work? Will it actually change the game? Because right now, FPS shooting each other, even in Arena Commander, is high tier trash because of how the net code works and everyone teleporting around and stuff like that, you know? Let's keep it to English, please. It's part of the rules of the server. If you can't do that, leave. Thank you. Pyro is going to be more of the same. It keeps changing every week, but I expect Armistice zones everywhere. I don't, because the Pyro playtest, there was no Armistice zones, dude. They don't need to add it in. They can keep it that dangerous. Plus, you gotta remember that Stanton will be losing its Armistice zones eventually down the line. You know?
That has the opportunity to be so good, and honestly, I hope they do Jump Town on one of them. Because can you imagine
to say it's a Cry engine
EVA Jump Town
anymore is a bit difficult,
wild,
dude.
You know what I mean? Add some variables. So, I think there's gonna be a lot of PvPers. I think there's been a lot of new PvPers that have entered the game, right?
Yeah.
And because the bar is set so low, like you look at Spec Sniper's group, you look at like Thunder Lake's group, you know what I mean? And they're good guys now, but like
no groups that have had the chance now to establish some ground. Yeah, for sure.
I think like half those guys in the previous flight model, it would have taken them 6 months to reach the level that like the aces are at.
Yep.
But now it's like, all right, the game's changed. So you put all those guys who are
well, that's the thing is it doesn't matter what engine you're using. If netcode is not good, it doesn't matter at all. Did you remember when like doing PvP against people in ships, everyone was like teleporting like fucking 5k away from each other and stuff when the netcode and stuff was all out of whack, you know? These contested zones will not be good unless the FPS is fluid. And FPS has not been fluid in Star Citizen in like 8 years now.
Mind you, they're PU mains into the PU with PvEers exploring a new system, and it's just gonna be a bloodbath like that.
Yep. And I think people are walking into Pyro, and rightfully so. To be fair, like they've waited 5 years. Stanton has gotten very stale, so like I don't blame people not interested in PvP for going to Pyro. It's much their system as it is the PvP is, but I don't think they're, like you said, aware of just how hungry the PvP community is.
Again, this is where the egos start kicking in. I think people will die more to solar flares than PvPers in Pyro. I think more people will die to NPCs that are working in Pyro than PvPers. I think to say that everyone is going to die to PvPers is just it's a bad take. There's more things in the game. Like again, when you are on a high tick rate server, NPCs are insanely accurate and outfly you and all that jazz. I think there will be PvP in Pyro, but the way they're making this sound out, like every server you go to, there's going to be a fight at every station. No, there's not.
When it comes
There's
to
not
Pyro.
enough
The
PvPers to do
PvP
that.
impression, the PvP community's impression of Pyro is fresh meat. Like, and then
Yeah,
the
pretty
PvE community's opinion of Pyro is fresh content, but they don't realize they're also the meat in this. So, yeah, we'll see what happens. A lot of drama coming in that regard, I think.
I think pirates are going to be really happy because, like,
I don't.
because things are.
See, again, this is the big thing, right? Pyro is a 17 AU solar system compared to our 8-9 of Stanton. And because of the stretching of how things work, you can literally stop. Like, you can warp across Pyro, stop like 5 minutes out, warp in another direction, and no interdictor will actually catch you when you land on these locations. The size is insane, right? The only time you're going to capture people is at like stations and stuff. But guess what? They're caked in sentries and missiles. And when I was doing the Pyro playtest, I got fucking nuked because the servers were working flawlessly in the Pyro playtest. I was flying around and I was getting hit by missiles and cannons and I was getting clapped. So again, these locations are not going to be camped points because the moment that server meshing works, and again, everything's sort of held on server meshing, it doesn't matter how good of a fucking PvPer you are, the moment you get hit by these guns, you die. And that's a great thing. So I don't think it's going to be a pirate's wet dream. I think it's only going to be a pirate's wet dream if you understand how to actually play Pyro. But because Pyro is nearly 3 times as big as Stanton, or double the size as Stanton, there are so many ways to get around things. Only the idiot gamers will get caught by pirates. Because again, I play this game and I've never been caught by a pirate organization ever. Ever. Never caught.
And hopefully they make it so you have to travel between systems to make.
And that's on
hardcore
Stanton.
money.
Warping
I hope
between
that's the
Hurston
fact,
and Crusader.
right?
I hear like they're
So I don't know, like, again, when you've got a double the size solar system, only the idiots will get caught, you know? I'm not going to tell you that, Amaro. That's high class security shit. But never been caught by a pirate organization. Never.
I hear that their reward system at the same time as Pyro is going to get really significant. Like, that's been the emphasis of,
Oh, I trade all the time, Amaro. I just don't show you.
what I've heard. Is
We'll
that
see.
like rewards is going to
What you see on stream is not what I do up
so
in the
whether
game,
that's
dude.
like legendary weapons, like, you know, tiers of loot and stuff, we'll see. But yeah, like I'm
I just hope
hopeful that
piracy
Pyro
gets. I hope piracy
300 GM
gets
from
a-
Pyro
a
1 to
boost
5. Yep,
because
big.
right now there's nothing to do in piracy, and it's such an awesome gameplay loop.
Yep.
You know,
Mhm.
and
Even
and
if you
just
do
doing
high
it-
value routes, it's so easy to get around pirate gate camps, Lou. As long as you don't just warp in a straight line to locations. If you leave Hurston, cut warp before Crusader, warp to Crew L1, and then warp to Crusader, you're completely off the path of the Hurston to Thingamalob. And then if you cut at 80 kilometers and warp directly to Yella, they never find you. You know? As long as you don't just warp in one direction, you actually multiply it up and start making save spots and stuff like that. And the moment we can bookmark locations, pirates won't catch you in these things, you know?
right, like not doing it right.
Yeah, but then I'll just kill you though, Amro.
but like pirating people.
If you don't catch me in a snare line when I'm by myself, then you're never going to pirate my ship because my guys will just kill your guys.
it's so fun. It's so interactive. You get to like talk to people you don't know, and
Mhm.
like it's funny. It's like you don't. It's different.
And that's the
every day
reason
if
why
you
we
like
never get
PvP
caught
and you pirate,
when we're doing
right?
stuff.
Like,
Yep.
you're never gonna run into the same scenario.
Mhm.
And
My guys are better than
Like-
you guys? No, they're not.
having a good
It doesn't matter if you got more, dude. Bring it.
interaction with someone who
Let's see.
and robbing them, like that's just gonna get like that might put a bug in their mind that's like, oh wow, like that. I can't believe they just pulled that off.
All
That
in
was
F7A, fucking clap you, dude. Easy clap.
really smart. Like they like.
If
really
you're not an
thought
arena
about that to,
commander,
like,
you're just
pull
fucking
that
blowing the wind.
heist off, right?
Mhm.
And they might want to like start a group up or start a pirate org or join one. I think piracy is definitely like the gateway
PvP
drug
dreamers
to
only dream
PvP.
because they think
Yep.
they will win. Sure.
Yeah, and hopefully
unless
it'll
you're,
popularize
like,
it.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah.
So I want piracy to be good. I think that's the gateway drug. Unless you're like a I don't know, some competitive player from another game, But piracy is definitely the gateway drug. And I want piracy to be good. And right now there's no economy and there's no reason to pirate right now.
1v1 me, bro. I know.
There's no way to pirate because the economy's dead. There's nothing to do. So
Yep. Which I think is the most important aspect of the game, like to validate playing the game. Yeah. Hey, Arcane, I appreciate the gifted, dude. Yeah. Appreciate you, bro. But
Dang.
but yeah, like no.
That's the
I
issue
think,
I had with Quantum
I
Snare
think
back in
once
the day.
Pyro
Only 20
comes out,
counts
we'll
sphere.
have a real good
The
understanding.
thing is,
of
again,
what
like the moment we get the blind warping loop, people don't realize that the snare thing is you're only going to catch people at a location. Like, say for example, you're at rap and stuff like that. You won't catch people in transit. And the thing is, like, you can't prepare for anything. Like, when you don't have any intel, you could be like, oh look, here's me and my 2 pirate fucking Mantis and friend in an F7 Amaro, right? And then suddenly fucking you've got 5 Firebirds spamming missiles on you and your little fucking high tier F7A goes to shit, And that's the thing that people don't realize. Is that whenever somebody says they're good, like, oh, my guys will beat your guys kind of shit, it's like, it all depends on scenario, And to think that you can take on people, there's a reason why my guys don't fucking die, is because we don't lose. Simple as that. Because we don't hang around for you to fucking call your space dads in.
the next couple of years of the game is going to look like, and that's when they'll start marketing what is post Pyro.
Or Cutlass
and then we'll
black
be
span
better
missiles
it,
for you
but
of those
there
damn
we
things.
go.
I hope that changes in
Yeah,
the
yeah.
future.
There
I
we
really
go,
do.
brother. That was a solid pod. We're about 30,
good.
40 minutes over, but hey, that was fun, dude.
Did
And
he?
we did
next
this one on
one-
Twitch.
The next one, we'll talk about spies and we'll talk about infiltration.
Yeah, well, maybe we'll do that on yours because
And
you're
get-
spinning
yeah,
up a
let's
pod,
get-
aren't
let's-
you?
Yeah,
Yep.
I am. But it's gonna be short. It's like 30-minute segments.
Mate,
short
good
and sweet,
luck.
like a-
Yo,
like a-
fucking good luck.
yeah, it's hard. It's fucking hard. I've
If
already
there's
tried it a couple
anything
times.
I've learned from doing this like quite a bit is that
Yeah.
it always goes about 4 or 5 times longer than you want it to.
Yeah,
So-
this is like 2
Well,
hours
the thing
to
is,
begin
you
with.
gotta. So I'm a big sports guy.
However,
right?
I've not
So,
paused
like,
it as much.
If you look at
For a
sports
2-hour
shows, right, they
podcast,
have
I
two
managed to only
things,
get
which
it
is
out like 3 hours.
Super
So.
smart, right? But I'll say some stuff, bro. So like,
Who's he talking to? Like, I generally want to know, is somebody
You're
actually
spinning up a
in?
pod, aren't
let's-
you?
yeah,
Yep.
I am. But it's gonna be short. It's like 30-minute segments.
Mate,
short
good
and sweet,
luck.
like a-
Yo,
like a-
fucking good luck.
Yeah, it's hard. It's fucking hard. I've
If
already
there's
tried it.
any goes about 4 or 5 times longer than you want it to. So
Well, the thing is, you gotta. So I'm a big sports guy, right? So
Mhm.
like, if you look at sports shows, right, they have two things, which is super smart, right?
Oh no, there is actually somebody talking.
Shows, right, they have two things, which is super smart, right? But I'll say
All right, okay, he actually has somebody in the room. Hard to tell if it's actually a real person or just a voice box.
super smart, right?
I can't make out what it is. It's his parrot. Yeah, he's got a parrot.
I'll say some stuff, bro. So like,
He's having a
pretty much in a
full-blown
sports show, right?
conversation
You
with a
have
parrot.
like your
Oops.
person like asking questions. You got your person asking questions, right? And then
Uh-huh.
like you're just bullshitting and talking about a certain topic. That's it. It's real fast. And then they always have like games and like stats, right? Like sports shows are all about like stats and games. Like, oh,
Yeah.
this is better than that, or is it? Or like they'll have like questions and like they'll go back and forth. So
Yeah.
that's pretty much what it is. It's a 2-part show where it's 30 minutes long. You talk about X, Y, and Z. You get your points across. They're directed not directed questions. It's not really scripted. And then you have like a game afterward that you play, right? But it
Yeah.
has to do with like what you're talking about, right? So
Uh-huh.
it's super interesting. We did a couple episodes so far. We are currently building like a whole new studio right now and doing a lot of stuff to the house.
Yeah.
So like
dude,
we did a couple episodes. It's gonna be on YouTube, and then
is
we're
that
starting
actually
to,
a
we're gonna
real
bring it to Twitch.
background? I
Hell
wonder.
yeah.
We're not ready yet because we haven't built it yet. So that's what it's gonna be.
And what
So it's gonna be
about
a
this
little short thing.
content? What about this content creator video? When is that finally coming out?
So so
Because I
have it
got
pretty
my
much
finger,
done.
I got my finger on the nuke button to see. Like, I'm gonna watch I'm gonna go straight to
Oh,
the
no,
Virgil
No, you're good. You're good. I kind of put that on pause because I don't want to like
Virgil's
I don't
from
wanna, like,
Australia. Yeah.
you know, shit where I eat. You know what I mean? 'Cause,
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
I'm starting this podcast.
But he
I
eats
want
so
a
many
few
McDonald's that
people
it's
on there
hard to
that
tell.
like I might shit on
So
later in this video.
you're gonna
you know
bait
what I
him
mean?
onto the pod, and then you're gonna drop it
Yeah.
after. Yeah, fair enough. Fair
Yeah,
enough.
so I can't nuke them before.
Sound damning fun,
Before I
yeah,
put
but it
them on,
looks
so.
really
Yeah,
well
fair
done.
enough.
Like I don't
Yeah,
see
no,
any
good
lines
shit. Well, that
on
comes
it.
out
Because
next
some
comes
people
out.
don't know.
It kind of, for me, it just looks like one piece instead, which is
Like
Kinda
I'm
costly
pretty
if you do it
harmless.
that
I
way.
like to fucking shit around, you know what I mean,
Mhm.
and joke around. But like some people take it way too seriously. Like I think Salty Mike thinks I'm like a fucking dickhead.
No,
I'm like,
I think
I'm not a
you've
dickhead."
probably, if I know Mike, you've probably missed. Like Mike gets so heavy and hot on his stream, but he doesn't really mean it. Like, so I think you're probably misunderstanding him. I'm sure if you sent him a DM,
Maybe.
he'd be fine. But
Maybe
there you go.
we'll see.
But anyways,
see.
guys,
Maybe he'll
yo,
hop on.
get
guys, I
flying
appreciate
DS,
it. I appreciate
enjoy,
you,
dude.
River, for coming
Boy,
to
you
this. Yeah,
flying?
this is the first one I've
Thank
done on
you.
Twitch.
All right, that's enough of that. Let's send that over to you guys if you want to watch all. Some good points, but also a little bit of fucking cringe at the same time. Ugh. Here's the link, guys. Oh, yes. All my claims are in. Alright, let's try out this fucking patch. Especially as the patch notes are literally nothing. 2 fixes, 4 server fixes. Fix the hybrid server crash. That's it. Really fucking weird patch on a Sunday. I'm kind of hoping that we might get some more details of what's been fixed, because this is bad, man. When you can't even be bothered to put down what you've actually fixed. Can you test F7A sound scanner, reloading noise, and decoy? What's wrong with them? I can try the scanner, yeah. I know that's been broken for a while. Couldn't, like, can't even remember when the last time that shit worked. I don't think it has actually worked. Even in 323. No scanner working, no noise, no decoy, reload. Oh, I think that's an issue with the server though. I was getting that on the 600i. Where it wouldn't fucking work. But yeah, I can check out. We'll do that straight away. But with sometimes by just going into nav mode and back out of nav mode, that resets the counter for flares. Too many selfish? No, no, no. I'm actually playing a different game this week, Pagan. That I'll turn it on when I feel like it, and whoever sees it gets the goodies. Always gotta shake up. If I make it too stale, it just gets boring for folk. I need to try and see if they've actually fixed reshade, but I doubt it, right? Alright, cool. I've not been wiped then. Shouldn't need to buy any modules. Oh. I had to update my video card driver over the weekend. Yeah.
The next
And
shuttle is approaching
I kind
the
of hope
station.
CIG will do something more than easy anti-cheat, but there we go.
Last call for passengers. The shuttle is preparing to depart.
Please clear the hatch. Shuttle will be departing.
Kind of guessing what's in this patch as well, like. What's the non-issue still? Interesting.
The next
I do
shuttle
like this
Approaching
armor.
next station. If this is your stop,
It's pretty cool.
please prepare to disembark.
Last call for passengers. The shuttle is preparing to depart.
Look how janky FPS is already, like. Imagine that in a conflict zone. Oof. Yo survives things.
Missed your shuttle? Not a problem. Another shuttle will
Welcome
be
in.
along shortly. At Orison Skyway shuttle service. More flights.
Ugh, man. It's so annoying how slow the elevators are now in the game.
Shuttle is approaching.
I've not even tried to install it yet. I'll do that after I've done this test for Amaro and the F7A. Invisible guns, jam guns, yeah, no. Jeez. Let me out.
Safety is a top priority for all of us at Crusader, and we want your help. Keep track of all personal effects, follow all safety announcements, and report any concerns to Crusader Security. Together, we can set your visit on the right course.
Welcome to the Eggleys Visit Us Again. Goodbye.
Again, we'll need to
Welcome
see what server
to the
mission
ASOC
brings.
Vehicle retrieval system.
I can't get hyped about Pyro until I see how that system works. Nothing else matters in Pyro unless that's sorted.
Please visit us
Sounds
again.
are not working on the F7A when you switch power engine. Oh, that might be difficult because I got my own sound files. I'll need to disable it then. Oh, it actually lost a module. Alright. What do we have? Oh, we'll just use this then. Actually, I can nab.
Welcome to the ASOP Vehicle Retrieval System.
Gladius has it. I can steal off this.
Please visit us again.
Just in case.
Bye.
This should have an expedition on it, I think. Yeah, juice. I don't think I've got anything like... Yeah, I got nothing. Just put bulldogs on.
Welcome to the ASOP.
What do you think about the new skybox? I didn't like it at the start, but it's grown on me. More interested in seeing what Pyro's skybox is like. Again, didn't like the skybox to begin with, and it's just grown on me. Where when I was back in live, I was like, yeah, you know what? That just looks a lot better. I think it's just like that kind of scenario. If people are not happy with it, just give it a few. Still quite loud in here, but not too bad. See, the thing is, I'm pretty sure scanning and stuff like that's just gonna stay broken on this ship because new UI and everything for 4.0. Why work on this stuff? Just doesn't make any sense. Oh. Alright. Also, I need to disable this.
Aerospace. All systems online.
Yeah, so there's no sound in changing triangle. Confirmed. I'm doing it just now. Because if I turn on my system... Yeah. So power triangle doesn't work. What's the other one thing? I would imagine scanning doesn't work either. Again, I just don't see why CIG would waste their time on free 24.
Landing gear raised.
I would say it doesn't work. I'll do that when I whoop the... That can be very much server specific, like stuff. Yeah, it's working fine. If you're talking about the second one, you do realize it only has one decoy system, right? Because the secondary line isn't actually real, by the way. It only has one system. It's the same with what's it called? The Hercules. It only has one system. Give me a landing point. There we go.
Landing gear deployed.
Oop.
Landing complete.
Alright, so look. So I'm on 40. Well, to be fair, it's more the system is not working on the server. That's nothing like ship related.
Takeoff complete. Landing complete.
But I don't think the door is closing, yeah. It's not even registering.
Takeoff complete. Landing complete.
Let's go fucking, what's it called? Grimex. Seraph has been having issues in the past like 5 PTU server patches. I'll just go to Grim.
Quantum drive is now on. Quantum drive is now off. Quantum drive is now on.
Hey, Mums, how you doing, dude?
Quantum drive is now off. Quantum drive is now on. Quantum drive is now off. Quantum drive is now on. Quantum drive is now off.
Hopefully this works.
Landing gear deployed. Landing complete.
Alright, will it work? Interesting. Let's do a test this way. The funny thing is, it's not actually a meta ship in 324.
Welcome to the ASOP vehicle retrieval system.
Let's store and then bring it back out, see if that works out. There is another ship that will fucking disintegrate an F7A. It's what all the AC players are using. I would imagine that will swarm PU very shortly. Right, let's respawn it.
Welcome.
Actually, I'll claim here.
Vehicle retrieval system. Your insurance claim has been sent.
No, it's not an F8. It's a late fire. Absolutely violates F7As. If you don't kill it in the first pass, it kills you. Guaranteed. You can't outrun it. You can't backstrafe it. No, not Bergen. Bergen's meant to be a racing ship. The Blade, yeah. No, it's not the Buck. Let's see if this sorts out. The Buck is not really that much of a threat these days. Let's quickly see here. Yeah, fully dead then. The Blade's back, yeah. It's been back for a while. People are just slow.
Welcome to the ASOP vehicle retrieval system.
But the F8 doesn't even need to backstrafe anymore to beat the F7A. It literally can UFO the fuck around it. Again, like the F7A has gone massively down to the low meta of the game now in this patch. Especially when you hit atmosphere. An F7A is fucking... If it doesn't kill you in the first pass, it dies. And it can't outrun anything anymore. F8 in atmosphere is very, very powerful. Firebird is very powerful. Blade, if it gets past the burst, slaughters you. An F7A and an F8 only have their first pass and then they die.
Welcome to the ASOP vehicle retrieval system. Your vehicle has been moved to our storage facility. Your vehicle has
We
been
definitely need a bigger pinch. Actually, before I do this, I'm gonna try a reshade. Oh, also I need to save location.
to the ASOP
Yeah, you know what? I'll just do that just now. Because that's gonna take a few. Maybe I can actually do this. Let's see if it worked.
Welcome to the ASOP vehicle retrieval system.
Oh, also. The arrow wings are down. Fucking sick. It's obviously a bug. Yeah, no problems, dude. So broken and fucked up, all I can play is have fun in Gladius versus Gladius. Yeah, the best fights I have is literally getting into Arena Commander, private lobby, and setting up certain rules. Like Gladius, Panthers only is so much fun. Feels really, really good. But there's so much jank, metas and stuff. Hey Kush, how you doing? Put Ursa Med off to the side and set review points with it? Nah, no thanks. Also won't work at Grim Hex, Choo Choo. It will only work at the location you first spawn in. Won't work at Grim Hex. Because the moment I leave the hangar, the Ursa rover will despawn. Right, I'm gonna quickly try reshade. See if it actually works now. Where is it then? I've downloaded like all the reshades to fucking test out all the patches to try and work this one out for CIG. But it's like, man. You'll see in a second, Salty. Some people are getting where after this screen here, it just goes to a white screen. Watch. And I've tried every fucking version. Going back like 10 versions back. There's the issue there. It won't change from this. Yeah, some people get it, some people don't. But this is the issue here. It literally just does a white screen with reshade. And it's only like on the Thursday patch, it did this, right? Again, some people don't have the issue, some people do. And I don't know what it would be that causes something like this. Well, apart from it being reshade, right? Because again, I'll just uninstall it. Yeah, I've got version 5.7 all the way up to 6.2, dude. I've tried them all. And I went further back on the scale, and then I don't have them saved because I deleted. So I've got literally 7 versions here. None of them work. That's like 3 years going back. See how it goes black screen here? And then it loads Star Citizen, see? It doesn't matter with DX or Vulcan. If you load Vulcan on Reshade, it doesn't work on Star Citizen. The Vulcan version of Reshade doesn't work with Star Citizen. Even if you go in Vulcan mode. CIG haven't allowed it, basically. Well, to be honest, I'm like, if CIG would just stop everyone using Reshade, I'd be happy, to be fair. I think it should be banned. Obviously, give us a night vision system, but yeah. And it just works without, man. It's crazy. Tryouts? Oh my god, what is this? A fucking school line? You're gonna stand in line, they're gonna be like, I want that player. I want that player. They can be part of my team, right? Yeah, if CIG just made their own night vision system, then get rid of Reshade, you know? We have a prospect phase for new members. That's where the anal probing comes in. If you can pass a certain inch, you get into the organization. You gotta have deep prison pockets, though. Gotta be able to go deep. They've added a couple more consoles here, haven't they? I don't remember it having 4. I use Reshade for sharpening, reducing fog, and color blending as well. Yeah, but at the end of the day, I personally think they should just remove Reshade and give us those settings in game. Salty, you know what I mean? Like any other video game. You shouldn't have to use a third-party app to make a game good. That's a big oof. I'm sure an NDA is very much involved. Yeah. I was in the Navy for 11 years. I'm not a waiver. Cool. You use it for any game? I don't. I kind of like, again, I kind of feel like if you need to use reshade, the games let you down. It should have its own options to make things sharper and blur and blah 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 blah. Especially in 2024. I will be very interested to see on next Thursday, Space Marine, what settings they've got. You know? That's gonna be a long ass stream.
Takeoff complete. Landing gear raised.
Yeah, looking forward to it. It's gonna be a long stream on Thursday. Well, next Thursday anyway. Arrow will come back, but it won't be until next year with the changes. Because I don't think we'll get egg and stuff in 4.0. I think it'll be like 4.1 or something. Sadly, Sag.
Quantum drive is now on.
It won't, dude. No, it won't. Not if they do the accelerations right.
Quantum drive is now.
It just means that you gotta turn a lot more. Or pre-turn, stuff like that. That's what all the PvPers want.
Quantum drive is now on.
Yeah, but again, when you have a... If you're in an F8, you shouldn't be 1v1 in a light fighter. It's the same as in modern day. You don't go up in a fucking... like F-15 and try and fucking dogfight an F-22, you know? It's possible, but you shouldn't. Maverick did an F-14. Yeah, but that's against a Sukhoi. Ain't a fucking F-22. got major torque already? Doesn't like to be spun around. Do a quick fix. I got a dodgy engine. And that just cut off massively. Might not just be the F8, dude. Might be everything. I can't get rid of this torque. Is it annoying? Planes don't have thrusters, so you shouldn't make them fly like that. Not for atmosphere, no. Oh, not watching. It's 5 hours left. I swear this fucking AI DJ just gives me the shit, like. It purposely does it as well. What's this again? Promote songs? Yeah, very true, yeah. Mine's not mounted on a monitor, Salty. It's mounted on top of a Stream Deck. It's nowhere near my monitor, dude. What is MS adding? I don't know. You know. Hmm? Graphic. Oh my god, there's 90s. Yo, dude. Thank you so much for that raid. Let me get some W's in chat, please. How's things, dude? You racing? No, I'm not racing, just beaming. 90s has a fucking 890 here, which is like flashing. Oh, no, it just died, I think. Kill the stream sniper! I think it just got missiled. I've got a 90s. Oh wait, did it crash? Oh no, it's just getting shot, that's why. Let me save you! Oh, it's in the armitage zone. Come on, out. Weird how I'm not getting red either. Back off, streamer bro! Oh man, I forgot about that. Back up! Streamer! Back up, bro! Streamer!
Shields hit.
I got like the worst setup on this. It's just something I could grab instantly. How was your stream, Graphic? Appreciate that, dude. If I have a mod, can we get a shout out, please? But if not, just give me a second. It's a quiet day for us. Mods are all on holiday. I need more. Come on, will you just
Target destroyed.
Oof. Boom. They fixed low flying, so I'm happy? Yeah, it's good. I need to sort this though. Hey, Novi. You up to pop pop? This like 40, I think. So I was saying to people like, always constantly updating Toby. Yeah, we got no mods in, I don't think. Thank you, dude. Appreciate that. Drop the falls, guys. Oh, shit. Wonder if I can get a rearm. Buying gold? Where is he? Where is he, chat? Got another ship inbound, I think. Oh, now I can get repair. Juice. I'll never get used to that sound. What sound? Oh, the streamer bro one? Hmm. Oh yeah. It's time to fucking fly to Taylor Swift. Ooh. Like PvPing to Frozen soundtrack. Still got major torque though, which is annoying. You should let it go, I should, yeah. Interesting that repair did not fix the issue. Oh, an MPV? Oh, nice. Alright. I've had enough of this. This is a bit more our vibe, right? Let's go a little bit of old school chat. Put up to like 50 again. Worst thing is trying to have fucking do this whilst trigger finger has a cut on it. It's like so off. Because that's the afterburner finger. Oh, oh. See what I mean? It's too injured. Thank God for having lightning reactions. My bad. Oh, I had that. Hey, Sons. How you doing, dude? Is a couple of lines still viable? It is, yeah. It is. It's obviously better to do it in decouple and stuff like that. I actually didn't even notice I was in couple until I changed it over. I was like, oh shit. Oh shit. But it is smooth, chap. Super smooth. There's no actual, like, console in here, is there? No, there's not. You actually have to leave this place? Would have been kind of cool if it was inside. Yeah. Wow. What's wow? What's wow, Sons? I lag in and decided, yeah, that was my own fault though. That was 100% my own fault, crashing. Took it too laid back. Ooh. I want it to be next Thursday, chat. We're either going like Space Wolves, Templar, or we might just go full old school Ultras. Haven't decided yet.
Your insurance claim has been set. Thank you.
Space Marine 2, next Thursday, dude. I need to get a time when Burks wants to start off the stream. It works out that the single player, or sorry, the co-op campaign is about 12 hours long, depending on how hard you want to make it. And I'm gonna try and convince them to do the hardest difficulty. Holy fuck, Microsoft, why do I have to edit the registry so I can take extra clicks to do real basic stuff? I don't know. No, not Spaceballs, no. This, where's it here? What campaign doing? Full campaign. The full campaign, chat.
Your mission is to use the stored promethium in the refinery to destroy the enemy swarm. Trigger detonation only when the main swarm has entered the blast zone. Emperor, preserve us all.
I am honored to have Lord Titus command our unit. He has clearly served long and with distinction.
There is sure to be an ambush. I have been dying to carve up some Xenos.
Hoorah! Oh, I can't wait, chat. It's gonna be bloody. A very bloody stream.
I can hear that Carnifex's slavering maw working.
Today, we slay a hive giant.
Stand behind me.
Oh, so good. This is Helldivers free? Yeah. The better kind.
Hit that Carnifex with everything we have.
Oh yeah. 12 hours for the campaign, which you can do with 3 players in total, alpha, and that's on the lowest difficulty. So if you put it onto the hardest difficulty, probably about 12 to 20 hours, I would imagine, depending on your skill at playing the game. And then you've got this mode, which is you go in and you farm up cosmetics and stuff like that, and it's like kind of like Helldivers, I suppose. Then you got PvP as well. So storyline campaign's 12 hours minimum, and then you've got about 150 hours of co-op. So it's not bad for the price.
Shield our brother.
Brother!
This fire will come.
Where are the oats, brother? Purge the furries, brother! You only play on hard? Needs to be on the highest difficulty. Oh yeah, definitely. And Dawn of War 2 is good. Really good. Oh yeah.
We demolished that Carnifex, brothers.
Brothers! Avenge me, brother!
The flame will stand against them.
Avenge
better
me!
than any war.
But yeah, this is like the non-co-op mode. This is PvP. But yeah, it's the full storyline. We'll be checking out anyway. And we're hopefully going to be doing that with Burks and Virgil. However, there'll be a coin flip on who gets to be Titus. I don't really mind, actually. To be honest, they can go Titus. I'll go a grunt.
Vehicle selected.
I don't look like Titus. Shut the fuck up. He's got hair. How dare you take away my baldness? I want to be a Chaos Marine. You can in PvP. It's Chaos versus what's the Ultramarine group? Is it Arcana? Whatever the fuck. PvP is Ultramarines versus Chaos. I can't remember what the chapter is though. Oh, I know is I'll be dressing as Space Wolf. Space Wolf or Templar. Because we've got to purge the furries, brother. Purge the furries! Anybody seen that anime stuff? Or it's like a cartoon on YouTube? Avenge me, brother! Let me show you here. Prepare to get offended if you're a furry.
Flash kids.
The Furry Crusade.
I think I love you, Bubblegum. Oh, Dark Wolf. You, me, right here in Furry Forest.
Got the fucking charge!
They fell right into our big gay trap.
Now, guys.
The furries! Avenge me, brother!
Their numbers know no end, brother. Brother?
Avenge me! This is the censored version. The other one is actually, I can't show you on Twitch. It would be too much.
No mercy.
Yeah. Well, we won't go any further. I'm gonna give you guys the the link for the crusade, and you can check out for yourself. I've actually got the T-shirt that says "Avenge me, brother" on it. Avenge me, brother! Good stuff. You just can't trust the furries these days, guys. We have to send in the Templars to deal with them. And before you get offended if you are a furry or a Templar, it's just a cartoon. It didn't actually happen. Or did it? You know, it'll probably trigger somebody.
Oh my god, I'm a furry and I can't handle this. It's too vulgar.
Hey Mark, come on, give me a link. There we go. How you doing, Penguin Spy? I knew it was a dark wolf. A dark wolf! No. Space wolves! Space wolves, like, I can't remember who it is, like, or, like, one of the main guys from Space Wolves has, like, the fucking coolest sort of, like, mantle on and stuff like that. But I don't think they're actually gonna do that for Space Marine 2. I know you can go Space Wolves, but I don't think you can have, like, the full cloaks and everything, which is sad. I would love, like, no joke, you take the engine of Star Citizen and make a 40k universe in, like, obviously if it's working, right? How fucking cool would that be? I would definitely be fully signing up for Terminator duty. But Flash Gets is pretty good. There's a lot of stuff you can't show on stream. And a lot of people get a bit sensitive about it, which is fair enough, but it's like, it's just harmless fun. The funniest thing I've seen was somebody cosplayed as a Templar and went to a furry convention, and the furries actually found it hilarious. So it's like all in good spirit, you know. But there's always like some people that will take it too far and, you know, all that jazz. But yeah, he literally turned up in a full, like, 8-foot Templar fucking costume. And there's like a picture of the dude with all the furries like around him and stuff, and everyone had a good time. That's the good side of the internet. I bet the furries are secretly loving Black Myth Wukong. Maybe. I heard it's a really good game. The thing is that my pricing right now is like Space Marine or Black Wukong. So it's like Space Marine instantly. It's great, yeah. There's meant to be like a lot of secrets and stuff like that, which is what I like, but yeah. My choice was either Space Marine, and we had to have that. Let me just sort this out here. What was it? R.shadow. Yeah, here we go. 'Cause, 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 And it's meant to be like, isn't the story meant to be after after Wukong travels to the west, right? I think that's what people were saying. It's meant to be early next year, Jim. Yeah, we're going to be doing a community group of sorts for it. Obviously, whoever signs up needs to understand full PvP group for the spice. But yeah, it's gonna be, we'll try it out. The only thing I'm disliking with the look on Dune game is the combat looks really, really bad right now. Like, the animation's just jank, and it's all about range as well, which just doesn't fit Dune at all. Dune should be about melee, like... I hate how they're incorporating range into it. Well, it's more they're doing darts kind of shit, but you know what I mean? It's like... For a Dune game, it should be more melee and like cannon, and then you've got your quads, you know? And the omnis. And I don't know why Funcom haven't chosen to go that route, to be fair. There's a lot of people moaning about it, but there's plenty of time, obviously. It's not difficult for them to scrap a lot of that stuff and make it more melee-based, which I think would please more fan base and somebody like me. I just don't want to play another fucking shooter. I would like to, like, a proper melee game would be nice. That's why I've been enjoying Dungeonborn so much. A little bit of sword clashing, you know? It's always about fucking guns, man. It's such a boring human invention. You played Darktide? No, I've not, no. The problem with 40k games is that trying to find a gem is always difficult. Like, no joke, everyone fucks up that fucking IP. Space Marine, Dawn of War have only been the games where I feel like they've done justice for it. Yeah, the thing is though, I'm just like, the whole grunt side of Darktide, I'm like, eh. If it had Marines in it, that would have been sick. Also, they never used fucking Eldar. And I actually really like Eldar. The only time I've ever seen like Eldar be used is like Dawn of War. Nothing better than fucking launching the Avatar and just flame swording everything down. .4K bolt gun is great fun. If you like old school Doom. Yeah. Again, Space Marine, they do it really well. I played Space Marine 1 and I don't think I didn't have a smile on my face. Blockade Runner will be coming down in 45 minutes from this message. We're planning to push out some hotfixes to the PTU service for Blockade Runner this afternoon. We'll start up the event again if all goes well. Nice. PTU patch today, chat. You mained Eldar? Yeah. Were you? I never played Eternal Crusade because I always just heard really bad things about it. You know? Where it was like it was either really janky and, you know, stuff. It's a shame because I was kind of hoping that they would actually eventually get like a game like that out. That's what I'm saying, like if Star Citizen's engine works really well, it would be awesome for somebody to put a, like, imagine this with a 40k IP. And you could be literally Orc, Eldar, or like Marine, right? Say they just put, oh no, Chaos as well. So they have the 4 factions. Oh man, and it's like PlanetSide 2 basically, you know? They were gonna make a 40k, yeah, but again, everyone just butchers the IP, that's what I was saying. Nobody really, like, there's only ever been a few good 40k games, and the rest are just dog shit. Like, I was looking forward to, what's it called, Space Hulk, and it was just absolutely trash. And I also can't be bothered to go and paint. You know, the funny thing is, like, I was massively into, like, armies and shit. And then I discovered drugs and sex and snowboarding. All of that went down the fucking hill after that. I don't think I've been in a games workshop since I was, like, 12. Yeah, they do. They hand out too quickly, yeah. They definitely do. Well, I was in, like, for me, my lineup is rollerblading, inline, roller skating, inline, skateboarding, BMXing, snowboarding, small skiing, like, with the small snow skis. Can't remember what they're called. I'm just gonna call them small snow skis or mini. Abseiling, paragliding, parachuting, parkour. These were all the things that I got into when I was younger. And then when I passed my test, it was racing. Should see what I can do in a car, chat. You think my low flying's fancy, you should see me drive. BMXing was good fun. BMX more so than anything else because you could just get around like Edinburgh City really fast. When are Tom gonna race your life? What, race Tom Beckenhausen? To be honest, that would only happen if somebody would actually insure me, dude. I don't know, I've never been in like a racing car like that level. I could handle the G's. But yeah, I don't think anyone is going to fucking just let me drive one, you know? So I would have to say never. I would definitely be down to race, Tom. But yeah, I don't think anyone's gonna let me, sadly. That's a big insurance risk, that's for sure. Because he's F3, right? I'm pretty sure he's F3. He's not F1. But that would be sick, yeah. Seems to be an issue with arrows getting torque and balancement in this patch. Very interesting. This is just UI. There's a place in Vegas you could race? Oh, with proper fucking F cars. The fucking price of that. Never been to Vegas. Hell of expensive? Yeah, I would imagine that. I would expect it to be. Could do rally, but I don't know if that would be Tom's thing. Go and hire a couple of fucking scubaroos and go around the Highlands of Scotland. Brum brum. Oh, hard turn there.
Hydrogen fuel is at 75%.
ATF, how you doing, dude? I got the fucking stupid torque bug, man. This is just in this patch as well that this has happened. So off-putting. I hope the new UI doesn't have this shit like right in your fucking HUD for you. Like off down below or something would be fine. Ooh. Yeah, it's my bad. My bad there. The good old tail. I was actually wanting to angle the tail like through the rock, but it was just too short. If I had been a bit more to the right, it would have worked. There's like a little fucking groove, and I want the tail to like go there. It was like a rock here. Tail was meant to go here, tail went there. I see nav mode decoupled, another important sense. G-safe, yeah, just do that. All power to engines. Reducing weight doesn't really do anything, but if you take off the weapons, less chance of anything like connecting and stuff. But no, low flying's really, really good just now, because obviously CIG have changed air resistance and gravity effects. So, unfortunately, for somebody like me who used to do this at like 840 ms, I'm having to do like under 500 now. And to be fair, I'm fine with that change. It might change like when we get more control surfaces in and stuff, but yeah, it's fine. It's really good. I think it's actually even better for like people who are starting off to be able to get into sort of like high speed movement, all that jazz. Ah, nice. Let's have a look at your penguins. Ooh. Ooh. 5 laps for fucking $249? Shit. Yo, guys, we're gonna have to do a GoFundMe. See TheDarkLaw drive a McLaren. 10 laps. To be fair, actually, out of all of these, I would probably do the Mustang. I think I'd have the most fun in that. Or the fucking Nissan GTR. Like, I'm not a Ferrari or a kind of like a Porsche person. Maybe the Aston Martin. But yeah, definitely the Mustang and the Nissan, I'd have more fun. Don't forget the LTI. Yeah. Ooh, off-road. Side by side? What's this? God damn! Look at this shit! What the fuck? Yeah. I want this. With the fucking desert animals. Yeah, this would actually be more fun. Let's do this. Who wants to get into the back of the car with me as the driver? Premium tickets. Sold out. Yeah, this, yeah. Speed Vegas. Oh, shit. Yeah. This is more my shit than like racing. We'll never see him again? Yeah, but it'll be fine. Who wants to sponsor TheDarkLaw going to Vegas and driving in these? Oh, man. Yeah, that actually looks a lot of fun. 150? What? Oh, is that just how much they cost? I was gonna say, if that's how much it costs for me to have a shot on it, that's a little bit extreme. 20 laps? Guys, can I have 20 laps? Would you guys allow me to book this experience? 20 laps? Look up for from a meeting. Damn, 830. Yeah, but 20 laps is a good fucking hour. Like, even 10 laps would be good. We 20% off. Free jumps, 1 mile track. Ooh. Okay, no, we have to do 20 laps. Yeah, that would be amazing, man. Only if I can come too. Would you get in the car with me? Any in the UK? Not like that, no. Nothing like that, sadly. Hey Midge, how you doing? Outlook as well, welcome in. Morgo. This just looks so much faster than before something changed. No, it's just because I'm lower to the ground, Morgo. That's all. Because I can't do 800 ms on the sands, I can just push my height lower. I always said that to CIG. Give me higher FPS and I can go lower and lower and lower. I could actually go lower than this, it's just the FPS doesn't allow me. Again, my eyes have specialness to them. Oh, drive when you. Oh, yeah. We could have a race off. Oh, that'd be good. We'll race for pinks. That's like the American thing, right? Race for pinks. Yeah, that patch feels good. We'll see tonight. We'll see tonight with the patch. I'm gonna go and get some late lunch though, chat, because I am hungry. Especially as like the internet going down, or Twitch internet, or whatever the fuck. Who do we have online, chat? I need to get in contact with Burks to see exactly what time he wants to ride on Thursday. He's. I'm gonna go and do some weights as well. We gotta get the pump on. We gotta beat our PB chat. This coming month, I'm gonna be pushing myself quite hard to get back into the old fucking lifts. And hopefully be able to buy some more weights as well. Because I can't beat my PB unless I can fucking get more weights. Because I can only go up to 110 kilograms. Which is annoying. And let me actually quickly see. How much would be a fucking 10 kilogram weight? Right now? kg. Oh, not bad. 2 plates, 2 10s for 22 quid. Okay. That's actually not bad. Oh, they're disc vinyl. Alright, wait, no. Cast iron here. Cast iron for 49? Is that for 2 or a set of 1? Oh no, that's 2 cast iron. Damn. It's only 89 quid for another 220s. I think we'll go for like the 210s. Yeah, well, I always do cast iron. My 20s, like I got them on a deal when just before COVID. I got 4 20s for under 100 quid. No fucking idea. And they're full cast iron. No idea how I fucking managed that one, but there we go. And they're so good as well, because they've got the grips as well, so even if you're not using it on the bar, you can use it for other things. But yeah, I'm gonna do a bit of a bulk up in September. Do a bit of bulk up in October. Obviously with SeasonCon, I'll have to like miss a few weeks or a few days, sorry. which will be annoying. However, looking forward to CitizenCon. I'm gonna get a Greg's chat. You know that there was a conversation between me and Miss Tomato, Space Tomato's partner. She's not had a Greg's in, I think she said 8 years, and I'm like 7 years not had a Greg's. Can you punch that pillow behind you? No, it's sacred. It just stares at us, you know? Come lift with me at SitCon. Used to be certified personal trainer. Dude, if we've got time, yeah, I would be totally down for it. But the thing is, though, I'm with Henkin. And, well, you know Henkin, penguins. I'm not sure I'm going to be in any state to be able to do anything at CitizenCon apart from sit and hope I don't be sick. So, yeah. I don't know if any fitness will be on the cards at CitizenCon. A good stomach pump. Henkin is cheating on me again. Yeah, Henkin's coming to stay in my village on the Monday. We're traveling down to Manchester on the Thursday. Hopefully going to take him to see the Green Loch up in the Cairn Gorms, and he's going to go walking with wolves. Yeah. That's pretty much the plan for that week. And then obviously CitizenCon. Meet and greet, all that jazz. You're on Wednesday morning? Nice. We arrive on Thursday. We're booked into the bar season on Thursday and Friday night. Taking him to see Nessie? Yeah, that's easy. But he's not allowed to take any photos when we meet Nessie. It's a very hush-hush thing. He'll have to sign some NDAs and stuff. I can't let him see her. It's a pure Scottish trait, you know. Look around a bit. Nice. Yeah, so we'll arrive on. We're coming down through Glencoe, Loch Lomond, through Glasgow that way down to Manchester and stuff. On the Monday, I'm driving all the way back. If anybody is needing a lift to Inverness on the Monday, and doesn't want to train, I am literally driving on Monday morning all the way up. Just tell him it's an evil cat day experience. I would, yeah. Heard a funny rumor the other day about Loch Ness being a whale penis. That's a big fucking whale, like. Or you mean that it looks like in the shape of a whale's penis? That I could believe.
Hey, Nixie.
Guess who's 2 tomorrow, chat? Ah, fuck. I forgot to mention this. Nix is turning 2 tomorrow, chat. Here's the little mucker here. He's sitting down. There he is, chat for you. There's Nixie. Nixie, are you turning 2 tomorrow? Oh, the white wolf. Are you the white wolf? Yeah? Oh, you too tired? You come and say hello to your adoring fans? Look at the white wolf chat. For reference, hey Novi. Look at them using the flap. Come say hello to your adoring fans as well. That's an interesting carpet. It's not. It's wooden floored. Oh, you're talking about this? Yeah, this is a good carpet.
It's a lovely carpet. Isn't that right? Is he sleepy?
Are you ready for hikeys?
Come sit. Come sit. Stop being jealous and let Nova come say hello. Let Nova come Hiya. I know. He's such a bully. Look at him.
Look at him.
He's like, no, Nova, you're not allowed any attention. Don't give Nova any attention. I'm the birthday boy.
Look at him. He gets so jealous. Like, no joke, even though I've had Nova turns 9 next month, Nyx is so protective over, like, being jealous. If anybody gives me any attention, even humans, he just gets in the way like this. Look at him. Look at this whole defense line here. You know? does not let anyone in. Isn't that right? Hmm? Is you just wanting to have all the attention. Yeah. Oh. He's the cutest? He is. He's a baby. He's a baby. Do you want snacks? Do you want snacks? Do you want snacks, Nova? I've got some deer here. Some deer hide. Old boy first. You want it? It's smelly. No, he's more of a chicken fan, to be honest. You want a smelly stick? Dude, you're drooling. Don't give us the shit. You are drooling. Come on. Go on. Are you going for the flap? Oh, he's leaving, chat. Do you like stinky? What'd you say? What'd you say? I want it. What'd you say? What'd you say? Good boy. There you go. You enjoy your stinky stuff. 9 years old, that's quite old for a husky. They're between like 10 and 12 is their normal ages and stuff like that. Luna, who passed away 2 years ago, she just turned 9. She was actually nearly 10, to be fair. But yeah, she passed away from a tumor and stuff. It's kind of sucks. Kind of sucks. Alright, guys. I have like no one I know to put online, eh? What, you can't have eaten that already, you big fat wolf. Yeah, well, I'll send you to Tom, guys. We're talking about Tom, the racer. I'll send you to him. You can't send me fancy... dude, I know. I need to put stuff on my... I've been slacking on my throne site. Like, because everyone sort of bought everything out. I was like, cool, you know. But I. By the way, to the first person that can get this done, Selfish just went online, by the way. Let's see if somebody who's awake, who has the currency, clicks it. Who do you think, chat? Who will get it before I turn it off again? Let's see. We'll see. Sofa grabs it. There we go. Shame! Shame, Sofa! Enjoy those extra points for being aware. No, it's disabled. I get off on shame! Alright, guys, appreciate it. Thank you very much for the raid today. Also, thank you very much for all the follows. Huge amount of follows today, actually. Crazy. All the resubs, the gifted subs, all that jazz. Appreciate it. I will see you tomorrow, guys. Hopefully with more Star Citizen patch. Hopefully it fixes some more stuff. If not, have a good week. And it should go live. Should go live this week, I think. Enjoy some Scotland. I do. Thank you for being here, guys. Sketch, Glitch, Alpha, Sofa, Penguins. Appreciate it. Arden. Drop the raid 1s, the raid 2s if you are a follower only. Enjoy Tom's stream. Have a good night.